Doug was here early and said, let's just interrupt programming and let's start. We've got a show. Okay. We're ready. Couldn't wait. Doug's here.
I wasn't here early. I had one of those mornings where I just couldn't get ready.
Really?
Just couldn't get dressed, got out in the car, forgot my phone, went back in to get the phone. The dog had left a little surprise by the front door. Had to clean that up. Back in the car, hit traffic, got here, forgot my phone, went back, got the phone. I just couldn't get ready.
That sounds like a Beatles song. Got out of bed, dragged a comb across it. Doug, you're pretty consistent, though, I would say.
Well, I found if I'm running just a few minutes late, traffic is a lot different on either 270 or Lindbergh going north. So I've got to stay in that routine or I run into lots of traffic.
You get stressed out, too. It's fine.
Well, I don't want to be late.
Why no? That's fair. Doug's here. Papers is here. Chairman Kurt is here. Is that Beef Wellington over there?
Yeah, it's
Michael Wellington in studio.
Wellington.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Welcome in the Tim chair. A lot of pressure in that chair.
Yeah, do I need to lower this seat?
Lower the seat.
Yeah, that would make us more comfortable.
Say something homoerotic, read the text line, and talk about yourself.
The text line is...
oh, no, do you have it called up?
Of course. It's quickly become my favorite piece of this show when I was here about a month or so ago. It really is neat to see all the comments and the honesty, really.
The mental health problem is a real issue in our country.
No question. I can speak to that.
Constant engagement. And then what I would say to all the great listeners that do text in consistently, you're not being ignored. Was that Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction? She said, I won't be ignored.
Right.
You're not being ignored. There are so many that come in that sometimes they do get a little glossed over, and that's why the diehards will retweet or resend 8 times. Kilcoyne, you suck. And then, we didn't read it at 7:04, so it comes back up again at 7:34, and then at 8:04, and then at 8:24. So persistence sometimes pays off.
Sure.
And if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow, things open wide open tomorrow, Jackson, for people to change their names, change their identity, or enter a name with your phone number if you want to have a specific handle.
Once you say Glenn Close, I start thinking of that bunny being boiled.
Not Bad Bunny. Not Bad Bunny, but
Bad Bunny.
That was a Bad Bunny.
Yeah, if he got boiled, he was bad.
Jeez.
That was a scene that's still with me. How many years later? It's got to be 40 years ago.
Pushing 40. Was it 87 Papers? I believe Fatal Attraction was 1987.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doug, when's the last time you boiled a rabbit?
I've never really had Hassenpfeffer.
But you're not against eating it.
Well, I would be against boiling rabbits, yes.
Well, yeah, boiling it, but would you eat rabbit if
I don't think so.
nicely?
No, I don't think so. Would you eat a rabbit?
Sit I've talked about it before. My dad loves the rabbit at Olive and Oak.
Oh.
They have rabbit there?
They got rabbit.
What do you get, the feet? Or what part of the rabbit are you eating?
How do
ears?
they cook it?
How do they cook it?
Is it sautéed?
I assume, yeah. My dad's from the country, man. They eat squirrel.
Oh.
Well, it sounds like he's from the 17th century.
No.
What do you mean he's from the country? I thought he's from Ladue.
No, well, we certainly live in the Olivet area, but my father, who's listening right now in Dubrovnik, Croatia, from Clay City, Illinois, small little town, southern Illinois.
That's home for him. Hometown is
Clay City, population 1,000, to Dubrovnik, Croatia.
Croatia's a beautiful country.
Hey, what do you say about it?
You wouldn't think it is, but it is.
Yeah. So
let's get back to the key point. What part of the rabbit do you eat? The legs?
Yeah, I think part legs.
Oh.
The foot's good luck, right?
Probably some rib meat. Probably some rib meat.
How much can there be?
I think you're eating most of the usable meat when you have a rabbit.
Yeah, shoulders and backstrap as well.
Now it sounds
backstrap?
Yeah.
Bunny
saddle.
backstrap?
These body parts are like an inch apart, so you're going to be eating most of it. Shoulder, backstrap, probably some ass.
How much meat can there be?
This will turn me vegetarian. Just talking about this.
It's because you guys aren't meat. You guys aren't meat and potatoes guys. You
Tell
guys
your
white
dad
collars.
who's listening.
Yeah.
And God bless Clay City, but you don't live in Clay City anymore.
No, he doesn't.
Eat a hamburger.
He's in Dubrovnik. You think people
Eat a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
What time is it there?
6-7 hours ahead?
More than it's probably like 7-8 hours ahead. Yeah,
I said 6 or 7.
You're right.
Michael, did I say 6 or 7? And he dismissively said, no. It's about 7
Give me a
or 8.
mulligan. I get one mulligan. I get one mulligan.
What a fan he must be to listen abroad.
That's the kind of guy he is, man.
Well, we'll take your text.
He longs for being back home where he can eat like one of the clampets.
Nah, he sent me some pictures yesterday, looking gorgeous. You've been to Croatia, right?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Programming note, coming up at 10 o'clock, we will carry the Chaim Bloom press conference at 10 o'clock. And Doug, I think he should either be envied or be pitied because people have turned to him as the savior, haven't they not? I feel like his message here today, it will be dissected thoroughly because I think people are, just tell us the truth. And if he says, well, we're not going to be good for a while, people are like, well, that's not what I wanted to hear.
No. They're going to want action quickly.
I saw someone put an edit. They call it like an edit where you put like some rap music behind it, and it's him walking to the podium to Many Men by 50 Cent. I really found it funny. They're like the Chaim era starts now. I was like, oh, in a year you guys will pay them.
What do you think he's going to cover?
A lot of, what they say, coach speak, Martin, a lot of, like, you've been to a handful of these introductory press conferences.
Well, I think most people want to say, what's your story? I mean, who is Chaim? He's been glorified for a year plus as the guy in waiting. And now I say, and I told somebody I'm going to ask, why'd you trade Mookie Betts? I'm kind of like Costanza's dad and Jay Buhner. I just need to know, because then they signed Trevor Story. I'm like, the Red Sox have tons of money, and it's been well documented in Boston. I think Jared Carabas, who was with us on opening day, who's a big baseball online influencer, but huge Red Sox fan, he gave Chaim high remarks and said that was on ownership. But somebody said, if you ask him that, what's he going to do? Throw one of the owners under the bus. And keep in mind, that's a small fraternity. Even though the Red Sox and Cardinal owners are not buddies, it's a bad look. So sometimes you just have to eat it. So I don't think we'll get clarity on that. But he's been studying the minor league system for the past year, so he's going to lay out, I guess, what he sees. But do you want to hear that, Doug? Hey, we're the St. Louis Cardinals, and if we could just wait a couple more years.
No, I don't want to hear that.
Doug doesn't want to have
I want to hear there's a chance we can be competitive starting next year. That's what I want to hear. I probably won't. I'm sure we'll be preached have patience. It's going to take a while. I'm sure.
Just don't say patience. Don't say low hanging fruit. Don't say arbitrage.
Arbitrage.
What if he dropped a? Having said that,
what if he just came out and said, "I'm going to clean house, and we're going to get right to work"? Wow. I don't think that'll happen. But how refreshing would that be?
I'm not sure it's even possible with the way contracts are set up today. Because if you wanted to clean house, you'd clean house with the veterans making a whole lot of money, but they're also on no trade contracts. You can't clean house if you wanted to.
Fair.
Well, I think part of the message that won't go over well with a percentage of the audience, I think Ali Marmol is back. And I think to the cleaning house point of view, that would be the first thing. I'm the new guy in charge. I got my own people. I don't think you're going to hear that. Are there going to be changes at the minor league level? Probably. But I think in terms of sweeping change, you're not going to hear that. I think it's just going to be more a message of how we're going to kind of get back on track, which I think Joe Buck on this show said, how did we get away from developing in the minor leagues? Was that not? Doesn't every team say we want to have a strong minor league system?
Isn't that the only purpose of the minor leagues?
And yet they admitted, well, it's kind of fallen down on our watch. Now, they did win the Texas League at the AA level. There are some exciting young players. I guess J.J. Weatherholt was at Busch Stadium yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't really know why.
Well, because the season's over, of course.
Yeah. It's safe to bring him up now.
Was that in Predictionary whether he'd arrive at Busch Stadium in 25?
Needed to get an AB.
Does that count?
Nope, needs an AB.
Yes, he arrived a little. I don't know. I have no idea what that was about. I think Benjamin
there for a
Hoffman
tour?
wrote about it. Just to visit?
No, like a tour, you know. Maybe.
Come on up. The season's over.
Sure. Lunch on us.
We've heard them rave in past years about how great Randy Flores running the draft is and how great their player development people are. And then they talk about how they don't have any players in the system and aren't developing players. So which is it?
If you two guys were in that press conference and you were allowed to ask questions, what would your first question be?
Who's big for you?
Okay.
That's a question I always ask.
Martin will be at the presser.
I think timetable is important to fans, even though management people hate that. They don't want to put a timetable on it. We were talking off air, I think, Jackson, about Jeff Luhnow in Houston saying, give me 5 years. I said, that is genius.
Yeah, it puts pressure on us to say. Yeah.
Well, no, I think 5 is genius because 2 years, boy, we're terrible. He said 5.
Right.
3-4 years, boy, this Luhnow's not getting it. He said 5.
It's almost like buying yourself a 5-year contract.
I think college coaches used to do that when they would take over a program before the portal, and you would just say, Well, it's going to take a minute to get my guys.
Right. Well, now you can't fool people now because of how quick teams can turn around in that space.
And then you have senior day in football where it's, well, those aren't my guys. Those are the leftovers from the old coach, and they have to awkwardly hug them on the way out and give their parents flowers. But there are the ability is there to have a quick turnaround. Why not?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear that we got to start developing our own players, especially our own young pitchers, because free agent pitchers are too expensive and too old by the time you get them. We want to develop our own players and then maybe mix in a veteran for a no opening or a weakness that we might have. But isn't that what every contending team does all the time? That's just kind of the formula that everyone follows if they can.
I think the question is, and Mosaic said it yesterday, look at like the Brewers model, and I would say, what are they doing that you guys are not doing? Because clearly they're doing something right. So what's the difference there? They're not spending more than a year. They're obviously, but the other thing is they find random players. It was Willie Adames a couple of years ago, Vaughn this year, not Doug, and they just nail it. So
I think it must wash you even.
Yeah, that Chad Durbin had a great year for them. So we'll hear from Chaim directly. That's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. As always, you're part of the show. You know that. Beef Wellington over there monitoring the text line. You have thick skin? Michael, you have thick skin?
Very.
Okay. You have to.
You have to on this program.
Yes. It's always uncomfortable if a guest is here and the text line is on in front. We just have to switch it to anything but. The text line, of course, is 399-9646, 314-399-9646. Callier and Thompson phone lines will take you. What do you want to hear from Chaim? 974-0101. 314-974-0101. It's the Callier Thompson phone line. Show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. And don't sleep on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, which, of course, is also part of the conversation. So Chaim coming up at 10. Kind of a bad week in college football. I was looking at the slate, and I wanted to ask a question. Doug, maybe you know. The 11 a.m. vehicle is a Fox thing. It's been criticized heavily, but it works for Fox, the big noon kickoff. Why are there so many games at 11? For example, ABC has a game, ESPN2, ESPN, Fox, Big Ten Network. Illinois is playing at 11. Wisconsin, Michigan, 11. Iowa State's a pretty good team. They play at 11. Yeah. Even Clemson, North Carolina, the whole Bill Belichick, Dabo matchup, 11 a.m. So it's not just Fox. I don't know why people fell in love. Wouldn't that always be? Didn't that used to always be just a butt-ass game? Usually. The early game?
Yeah. I wonder if teams can request certain start times.
No. It's all
just handed to them by
all TV.
Mm-hmm.
Is gambling part of it as well?
Not really. I think that the TV contracts being so crazy that they have total control over that. But, I mean, this last week, college football slate was unbelievable. This week kind of takes a week off. You know, there is Bama-Vandy, which is a 2:30 start in Tuscaloosa. And, of course,
that's
college
the
game.
When you say that's the game?
Yeah, right. And last week we had Penn State, Oregon, and the whiteout, and we had Alabama, Georgia. So it's a little bit of a step.
The late game is Miami, Florida State. I guess that
Miami at Florida State.
Looked a little better a few weeks ago, maybe than
I think that's still. Yeah, I mean, Florida State losing last week didn't help it, but it's still at Florida State. It's a tough environment. That'll be fun. But other than that, it is not a great week. But it's bye week, Martin. Missouri bye week. That's all that matters.
That's all. Did they win the bye week?
You got to win the bye week, right?
Got to go 1-0 this week. Martin literally had onboarding with Chaim today. That's right. This is the end of my Chaim. I've still got some work to do.
Yeah, Chaim's graduating.
He is graduating from
back.
onboarding. I think I told you guys that Paul Mono came over and said, "Can I, real quick, what's onboarding?" I believe Lisa is on hold, and Doug, I know the topic. Lisa,
what's that?
Welcome. Get ready, Doug.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Lisa.
Skip Schumacher comes to mind with the exit of Bruce Bochy in Texas.
Nope. I really just want to say what I want to hear from my organization that I've loved since I was 9 is some real honest talk, somebody that listens to BR, that kind of pays attention to what the Blues do, and just talk to us honestly. We don't want to be crabby. We want to root for our team, but don't act like we're idiots. And I do respect dugout leadership, unlike the media in town. I do. So, I mean, I'm talking about experience. I can't imagine waking up and somebody going, yeah, Skip played for Tony for 10 years, won a World Series, manager of the year. well, we're going to stick with this guy. No, I don't understand it, but that's okay. So anyway, I just want him to be real, and I want him to start building trust with the fan base again. Is that fair?
That's fair. Building trust with the fan base.
What kind of things would he have to say for you to think he's keeping it real?
Keeping it real, Doug, would be admitting that they know that it's kind of it's not good. Admit it. I mean, the minors aren't great. I'm excited. I guess Springfield did great, but the minors aren't great. The majors aren't great. We don't trust them. I mean, 1 million people didn't show up in a town that loves baseball. How can you be that tone deaf? I don't understand how you get to be a billionaire and be that incredibly tone deaf.
Well, and I think that's a question for Bill DeWitt Jr., who will be there because he was there yesterday briefly with the Mo introduction, and they said he'll be addressing things on Tuesday. So I think for Mr. DeWitt, there has to be some level of either surprise, disappointment, horror when looking out and seeing what's happened. And I hope that he kind of addresses that without glossing over it and saying anything like we've done a lot of winning or anything like that won't sit well.
I don't want to hear they did a lot of winning under Tony's regime, and I don't want to hear that. That was almost 15 years ago, and I spent my money. I've spent my money. I just don't understand how it got here. I don't understand why Mo said, let's hire 3 dugout leaders with no experience in a row. I just don't understand any of it. But I still love the team, and I will always be a fan. But I don't always have to be a customer, and that's the disconnect. So,
all right, thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Show.
Well, all right, Lisa.
Guys. Have a great day.
All right, you too.
Here comes rights holder Doug. I didn't know you've ever been called a rights holder.
Well, I just want to know exactly what you wanted to hear for him to be able to keep it real. I think the front office and the ownership is all too painfully aware that things have fallen apart. I don't think they're tone deaf about that. Their messaging might not be great, but I don't think they need to be told that the team has fallen apart and the fan base has left them. I think they're very aware of that and probably in a panic over it.
Tired of it. Guys, all I want to hear is that Ali is fired. That's from Sparky from St. Charles.
That's not going to fix it.
Not going to fix a damn thing. It's just not going to fix a damn thing.
Yeah, you got a whole
It would make a lot of people happy,
but why?
I agree
But
that I don't
what-
think it changes a ton.
But that if that makes you happy, then your desires are misguided. The team isn't losing because Ali Marmol is in the dugout. The team's losing because the players aren't good enough on the roster.
You like his culture?
I don't know his culture. I'm not in the.
What do you
I'm
mean?
Not in, I'm
You've
not
been watching his culture for 3 years.
Is his culture only? Is my only access to the culture their play on the field?
Well, I don't know what goes on behind closed doors, but and I think you might have said this last time I was in here, Jackson. It seems like Ali is, and Doug, I think you touched on it too. Ali is very well respected by the players. The players like him, but does that mean that respect of that kind of Tony had with a little bit of a fear angle, is that still there? I mean, the respect to play hard because you're worried you may not play. I mean,
maybe, but Tony managed Hall of Fame baseball players. There is probably one in Nolan Arenado, but obviously his downfall is well documented. And Ali Marmol, like, maybe he could change the culture. Is that going to make Jordan Walker hit 40 points better? Is it going to make Nolan Gorman strike out 60 times less a season? Like, I just don't think that that's the case. And the more analytics get involved in baseball, I think the less that managers have to do on a day-to-day basis. And they're just putting out the team that the front office puts out, like, makes a roster for them, and they've tried the best to put the lineup out there. But I just think firing Ali Marmol might fire up the fan base for a week, but what's it going to get you come next September?
Bruce Bochy out in Texas. Yeah. They said it was mutual. Won the World Series 2 years ago. They offered him a job in the front office. He declined. Skip Schumacher, I think Matt Holliday told us on this show that Skip Schumacher's Texas job, which was sort of nebulous, was kind of manager in waiting. So that's another domino that could fall, I guess, if not today, then soon. They don't like to make big announcements during the baseball playoffs, which start at noon, 4 games today. You need a pep talk. Chairman Steve, listener of what? Do you keep track of this for me, Doug? The listener emeritus. Listener emeritus, Chairman Steve.
Steve! Yeah, don't yell at me.
Jeez.
I love you, buddy. Michael Wellington, how are you?
Hi, Steve. Good.
Hey, Friday works for me in the afternoon. Maybe we can get 9 in too. I've never played Bill.
We were talking Cardinal baseball.
Well, I got some logistics I got to take care of first. So you can meet me at Gateway if you're over this way.
We can take care of this off the air, Steve. Do you have anything pressing?
Wow. Michael, down to business.
Well, oh, man. You took care of me real quick. You know, it's not Marmal's fault in a way. I get it. But, like, they really screwed up. I go back to that wild card game. He completely mismanaged it, put Helsley in there when he obviously was injured. They lost that game, and it started a spiral downward even more than it would have been. But, I mean, they don't have the players. They're not going to have the players for at least 3 to 5 years, and we're going to have a work stoppage in 27. So I don't know what the hell they're going to do. What the hell can Chaim say? I mean, you're just going to have to ride it out with Marmal, because who's going to come here for this dumpster fire? What good kind of manager are you going to get?
I think the St. Louis Cardinals could still get a premier manager.
Oh, yeah.
It's Major League based. I still think it's a great job, even if they're in a bit of a transition period.
Yeah, well, Triple Sticks is busy with his paintings. He thinks he's an artist or some crap. Yeah, and then I'm bow-tied out. My God, Marty, how much bow tie can you take? This weekend, we acted like it was, I mean, he hadn't done crap in 10 years. Come on. Win, baby, win.
What was the beef? Because we put them on radio and TV last week, and then they called a press conference. We didn't call the press conference.
I know, but my wife watches your channel all the time, the Tupac.
God bless.
And yeah, and you had a lot of I mean, there was a lot in the sports world this weekend. We didn't need any bow tie, to be honest.
Any bow tie.
Then you got the game Sunday, but you know, it is what it is. I get it. He's been here a long time, and he did some great things way back when. But it's time. It's time. I don't think Chaim can't say anything at 10 o'clock that's going to change my mind about this team. They're just going to be bad for 3 to 5 years.
Well, maybe not.
You just got to ride it out with Marmal.
There have been teams that have turned it around a lot quicker than 5 years. Arizona lost 100 games one year and was in the World Series the next.
Name one pitcher you have confidence in.
Liam Doyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
McGreevy looks like a good young pitcher. They got another year of Gray. He just won 14 or 15 games.
Sonny Gray is willing to potentially leave, and we're all thinking, good, save some money. I was looking at the final stats last night. He led him in innings. He led him in wins. He led him in strikeouts. I'm like, okay, I'm removing him and saving money, but I don't know who's going to do those things next year.
He won 14 games on a bad team.
Yeah, even though he can frustrate you and doesn't get deep into games and has weather complaints.
Lance Lynn is rested. Maybe he'll come back.
You might need. I think Lance Lynn will be willing to come back.
Innings eater. But I mean, they just don't have the budget to do it, and I get it. And you know, I feel sorry for these season ticket salespeople. They are just getting. I mean, they were getting reamed before, but it's just. I don't even think people care anymore. There's a guy that I know really well who used to go to 30 games a year, keep score, all that business. He hadn't been to a game in 2.5 years. How did they get him back?
Well, I don't know, Steve, but there's concern on the text line. First of all, Steve may have had too many slices of breakfast pizza this morning.
No, I worked out with a trainer this morning.
Wow.
I'm already I'm 5 a.m. That was my wife's birthday present to me. You're fat and you're out of shape. So
she gave you a present gesture of getting in shape.
She gave me 10 sessions with the trainer.
What kind of things do you do in this training session? Is this a weightlifting deal?
It was my first session, so.
So what did you do?
Are you celebrating? You're not even at the goal line.
No, I'm not celebrating at all. I lost like 15 pounds, so you'll notice on Friday when you see me, Wellington.
What did you do in this workout session?
But what do you think? I don't know. I did a bunch of little exercises. I pushed the thing. I did the thing. Arm work.
Dude, I get it. You work out, guy.
It was not crazy at all. I mean, it was like 10 different exercises and, real lightweight. I'm still going to be sore tomorrow, but, hey, baby steps. Come on.
Okay.
All right, Steve, thanks for calling in with the workout update.
All right. Whatever. All right, guys.
All right, we'll see you.
Have a good day. M-I-Z.
There you have it.
Okay.
Goodbye, Steve.
Chairman Steve of the Series Sports Call makes me uncomfortable in a seminary student kind of way.
Give me your fucking feet.
Oh.
Somebody else said, I agree with Welly. He's a douche. I'm like, I think they're actually golfing together on Friday.
No, Steve's great.
Yeah.
One of our best.
He pushed the thing. What do you suppose that is?
Steve had asked for a lesson.
Oh, did he?
Yes, and I've worked with him a little bit.
Yeah, you're getting him right.
We have not played yet. It sounds like he would like to do that. He didn't mention that in the original.
It sounded like
inquiry.
you already had a plan to play. The way he was
It did
phrasing
sound,
it.
I think he was pushing it that way, right? Which I'm happy to do, but certainly that's different than just working on his game.
Yeah, playing lesson. That's a different stratosphere.
Might be a
Is he
different price
quiet
tag.
on the court? Could he be quiet on the course?
I've played with him. He's a lot.
Does he yell?
No,
No, he doesn't yell.
Good question.
no. He's a good guy. You know, he's a good playing partner.
Stop taking this guy's calls. He's clueless. Next texter, Steve is speaking the truth.
Yeah, but we're clueless, so it's like, what's the difference?
Hopefully, it's not going to take 3 to 5 years. I don't think St. Louis will have the patience for that.
What about
they,
two-
they won't
how
have
about-
anybody in that
Could
building.
I offer you 2 to 3?
Nope. 1 to 2.
1 to 2?
I think they're probably 2 good starters and maybe 3 position players who can hit a little bit away from being a contender.
Yeah. No. I'd say 1 to 2 would be maybe a third.
Yeah.
Player option on the third.
They may have one of those hitters already in Weatherholt.
Yeah.
Probably have to find 2 more. They need to find an outfielder and a third baseman who can hit. And if you've got 2 good starters, you'd be pretty close to being there.
Well, and they drafted a left-hander that throws 99 as an absolute animal.
Yeah.
And he's a Mississippi State Bulldog.
No,
Tennessee.
but it just I don't understand why they never brought up the young guys. I know Martin's talked about that quite a bit. Weatherhold.
That's crazy. The Weatherholt's the crazy one. That one's
give
wild.
It's
him
all
some
about years of
reps.
control.
I know.
I guess
And
they
Mo said
thought-
he didn't want to do it to them because he'd start the clock for people who are going to inherit
I guess
the player.
I get that, but then the people who have to pay for that in the moment is the fans, because you don't get to have an exciting young player to look at when your team stinks in the last 2 months of the season.
I thought it was more important than ever that you give people just even a hint of hope.
Right.
That there's somebody coming that's going to play. I guess he could play third. I was looking at his minor league numbers, largely a shortstop. We did have a caller suggested Mason Wynn move from shortstop, right? Because
second.
Save his arm.
we were going to
Save that
save his arm, which is one of his great assets, but we were going to save his arm. Weatherholt did play some third.
Now, as a shortstop,
minor
he could
leagues.
play anywhere. You put him anywhere, he could play.
And it is true.
Maybe
They
not catcher.
draft. You look at the draft. They're either pitchers or shortstop. All the
Yeah.
best athletes are the shortstop on their high school or college team. So they move around. Papers is spitting truths, and I'm here for it. That's from the Godless Pervert.
Just another day that ends in Y.
What kind of truth did you just spit?
Everything that's come out of my mouth.
Oh,
Are you guys trying to make some of us believe the manager and his style or culture is part of the problem with this team? Some of us who actually watch baseball. I'm 58 years old, pal. This is Mike Gundy. I'm 58 years old. Those players played hard for Ollie. This team is just not very good. How dare you try to compare La Russa to him like we can't see the difference in personnel?
I love a good "How dare you." That's
how dare you.
Gundy has time to talk these days.
It's so rare to get a true "How dare you."
How dare you.
Is that a John Houseman?
Rob my childhood.
It sounds like you should
No,
be
it was
slapping
Greta-
them with a
Greta
glove
Thunberg.
before you do it.
The team is losing because of Ollie. Hell yes, he's there with lack of MLB star power of the team, but Ollie makes managerial moves with a lineup and bullpen that costs 5 to 8 games a year. That's the difference from being in the playoffs.
I don't think so.
There
Bruce
are, moves
Bochy
that,
is
there
one-
are moves that drive you nuts. There's lineups
Yeah.
that drive you nuts for sure.
Then sometimes we don't understand them. Sometimes there's a reason that we don't get it, that they're not going to make public. But Bruce Bochy is a Hall of Fame manager, one of the best ever. He just got fired, mostly because he didn't have the players. You just can't do it without the players. Joe Torre was considered a bad manager here. He went to New York. Now he's a Hall of Fame manager. I wonder what changed. You just can't do it. There's nothing you can say as a manager to help a guy go up there and hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. If he can't do it, he can't do it.
See, I'm going to try hard not to call you clueless.
Was that directed at the whole panel?
Yeah, it's the whole gang. Yeah.
Griff 2 says, idiots don't understand that Ollie is a brilliant baseball mind. He'd be snatched up very fast if the birds cut him loose.
By whom?
Yeah, I am on team keep Ollie, I guess, but like brilliant baseball. I don't know Doug. Who's the most brilliant baseball mind in your imagination? Like
Going right now?
Yeah, like we've talked about before. Like you just talked about Joe Torre. Like the wins above replacement for a manager.
Francona always gets high marks for that kind of thing.
Right. But do you think like Francona is the manager of the 2025 Cardinals? They win 2 more games, maybe?
Maybe 2 more games.
Yeah, they finished 17 out instead of 19 out.
Right.
Where's Tim? And is that the big horned caddy? That's from Linda Sniffer.
Big horned.
Linda Sniffer.
Hi, Linda.
Do you know? Well, it's Linda Sniffer. I don't know. Is Sniffer?
Hi,
I'm
Linda.
Mrs. Sniffer. It's
Linda.
Sniffer.
That is good stuff right there.
A lot of great texts. We threw it out there. What do you want to hear from Chaim? It became an Ollie moratorium. But
it's unfortunate.
well, I think a lot of folks want to hear new manager. I think that's what they were. I think a lot of them assume that too.
Yeah, I think if they were to do that, it would be because they just want to wipe the slate clean and start over.
Bingo.
Just as a PR move more than anything else. Not because he's not good, not because the players don't like him, but just because it's a new era now. We're starting over.
Right. I could totally see that, and I can understand that rationale. I just don't think it's going to result any different come next September.
Yeah. Yeah, it may or may not. No one.
I don't think it'll yield results, I should say.
You going to ask him that, Martin? Are you? Ask if Bill DeWitt is tone deaf. Do it, you scaredy cat.
Do it. Do it.
Mr. DeWitt, I'm afraid to ask. I think we've asked. Well, Mr. DeWitt hasn't been as available, but Bill III, I think, and even 2 years ago with Bill DeWitt Jr., we've had, what do you think about the angst, the anger, the Mo fatigue? It's been there for a number of years. And then the fans losing interest, that has been addressed. But, yeah, I think it's in the messaging last year, Tim talked about it when Mr. DeWitt said, well, we had a winning season. Everybody went, oh, crap. Because last year, technically, have a winning season, but they all do it. I remember LaRussa in spring of 2000. I said, well, you're coming off 3 bad years. And he said, whoa, 3 bad years. And I said, yeah, 97, 98, 98. He goes, we had a winning record in 98. And in the middle of that McGuire hoopla, they did actually had like a great September, and they finished a couple games over 500. So I said, so I had to rephrase the question. Okay, 2 of the last 3 years.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah,
what the hell are we doing?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay in Cincinnati.
Right. Yeah, so I hope that the messaging, which is something that they get it at the big league level in the dugout too. When the Contreras, he's going to play left field. No, he's not. I mean, there's been a lot of mixed messages, we'll call it. Text line active today. If you want to feel better, what you should do, Doug, is see how they're reacting to the Mets collapse in New York. Papers has put that together. It is the Stiefel dossier for this year, Tuesday. Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Michael Wellington in the Tim chair. Papers is here. Chairman Kurt is here. A lot of texts, a lot of calls. Coming up at 10, it's the Chaim Bloom press conference. This is the Morning After, brought to you by Brown & Group.
a city where we celebrate October. Everyone you see is dressed in red like it's Rover. The luck is in our favor like a 3-1 4-leaf clover. Anything can happen where it's never truly over. Done it all before. We can
Local
do
buddy?
it all again. Yeah, we
Some little
rallied
Red
with a
October
swirl and we made
Red
it to
October,
a
buddy.
trend. Had our backs against
Vetting the text line from earlier in the show. Mike, I enjoyed your interview with Jay Delsing's show on Sunday. How about that? Michael Wellington, shout out from Martin's Sweater Vest, which I don't own a sweater vest, but maybe I should.
I had a nice time.
Be a nice gift idea for you.
Yeah, Martin Sweater Vest. It is the morning after TMA. Tim's back tomorrow. Where's Tim? Tim's back on a Wednesday. That would be tomorrow. Michael Wellington in the Tim seat. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. In New York, things are not going so well, Doug. The Mets spent, I don't know, what they spent, $500 million, and they missed out. Mm-hmm. Couldn't handle the Marlins. If they beat the Marlins on Sunday, they're out there playing the Dodgers. And then you have a couple of Titans in terms of at least payroll. Mets, Dodgers. Instead, it's the Reds and Dodgers. Do you think most of America is rooting for the Reds?
Yes.
Just for the hell of it?
Sure. I saw the Reds are the first team ever to not have a player hit .275 or have a player hit more than 25 home runs or drive in more than 90 runs or have a pitcher not get at least 15 wins to make the playoffs.
And who's their manager?
Their skipper.
Terry Francona.
Terry Francona. Right.
Exactly.
But it's also a lesson in the fact that you don't have to have a bunch of superstars to get in the playoffs these days. You don't have to build a Dodgers or Yankees roster with a $300 or $400 million payroll and get in and have a chance. So that's why it may not take the Cardinals 3 to 5 years to get back in it. You might not be winning the division all the time, but with so many playoff teams, you can get into the postseason with something less than a superstar, huge money roster.
Don LaGreca, a friend of the show, probably not as often as Mike Francesa. Is he the one who says he has great hair?
That's right.
Okay, New York City host is not happy with the New York Mets bowing out.
They've got literally the lowest payroll in baseball. They've been handed a gift of relevancy on the final weekend. You don't think they're going to relish the chance to beat the team that's got the second highest payroll in baseball? Give me a break. You don't have a chance to complain when you blow it the way they did. You take it. You take it. You get smacked in the face, you take it. You don't defend yourself. This team is not worth defending. We're a worthless piece of garbage organization right now. Hopefully we'll get up from it. Hopefully they'll make the right decisions. But stop complaining about the Marlins. Stop complaining about the Reds. Stop thinking you're better than you actually are. Stop worrying about the Yankees and worry about yourself. Own the town. My ass. How about owning a above 500 record and making the playoffs with the second highest payroll in baseball? Look in the mirror. The words Yankees or Marlins or baseball or Manfred or anything coming out of your mouth other than we suck. I don't want to hear it.
Gosh.
So shut your mouth. That's what ticks me off. Those are the creeps. Oh, well, how come the tiebreaker is head-to-head? We should be playing. Stop. You wouldn't deserve it. You didn't deserve to make the playoffs because you couldn't beat the Marlins. One more time.
Wait, was there another guy there? Just at the very end, I heard somebody sheepishly say Marlins.
And the Mets have 3 positional stars in Francisco Lindor, Pete Alonso, Juan Soto, each of them making huge money. But it doesn't always pay off that way. If you don't have the pitching, you don't get in.
So shut your mouth.
Who is that, Jackson?
Don LaGreca. Don LaGreca.
Was he with Boomer or one of those guys?
I think he's at ESPN in New York. He's a radio host too. He's not afraid to get passionate.
But is that real? Do you think the invention of fake angry guy years ago was if you're a radio show host, this is pre-take where the whole world is taking. I had this in my head where you just get really mad, then you go to the break and like smoke a cigarette. What do you think of that? How was that? Do you think Don LaGreca gets that mad about the New York Mets?
I think, given where he's at in
it plays.
America,
I know that.
If it's really good theater, then it's tough to tell, and it's tough to tell. I don't know. I don't know if it's real, or I don't know if he's leaning into it. A lot of times it's both. Like he might have that feeling, but maybe isn't that passionate about it, but knows he can he can create that passion out of nowhere.
I just feel like we could go to sportscaster school and we got a little chalkboard. I say, if you can, you scream. When you're really mad, you scream, give me a break.
Yeah.
You scream, my ass.
My voice doesn't reach that register. It
And
goes
you
higher
scream,
when I get
shut
mad.
your mouth.
It sounds like he was definitely in the gallery at the Ryder Cup.
And then he said, we, about the Mets.
Yeah, that's always tough. That's a no-no, right?
That Ryan Helsley trade did him no favors.
Yeah,
Boy,
He was part of their demise.
He pitched 22 games. His ERA 7.20.
I really hate to spike the football on that one, but I did
Zero
say
saves.
that during the deadline. I said I think he's going to struggle as a setup man. I don't think this is a good role for him.
Was it in prediction or was it just kind of
did you?
Well, no, I don't recall. I trust
listen.
Dave. I trust you
No
inherently.
one forgets that I said Schill was on the hot seat, but I'm right about something. It's just it's one in 1 year, out the other.
What if in 2 years Schilt gets fired? You can say, aha,
Him and Dable.
Brian Dable.
Yeah.
Who I believe you reported during an update was fired.
That was last season too.
Still going?
I know, and he just got to win. Not going to help.
How does a player lose it that drastically just by a change of address?
I think there was more pressure on him in St. Louis. You know, if he gets the save, great. I mean, where are we going? But there, he has to win, and you see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, he was still good here.
Of course.
This year, he had an ERA of 3. He was still good.
Ryan, would you say it was
21
different
saves?
pitching in front of fans as opposed to pitching in St. Louis where it was largely empty? Yeah, I would say it was different with fans instead of where it was largely empty.
There's a former Major League relief pitcher, Trevor May, who does a lot of good stuff online on YouTube and TikTok, doing like inside baseball stuff, and he talked about how difficult it is for relief pitchers to get moved at the deadline because they're dealing with all new catchers, new system, and they're going to be expected to come in and throw big innings because that's why they got traded for. You know, that's why they pay the premium for these relief pitchers because they need them to be in high leverage situations, and it's a lot of pressure because you're going in there with a new team, new catchers. It's very difficult. He talked about that. He said a lot of times it doesn't work out the way teams think it will. The plug and play relief pitcher game is not as easy as it seems.
Yeah, but you go back to just last year, he was about the best reliever in the game.
Yeah.
But it's pretty rare for those stud relievers to maintain at a high level.
Well, that's what Doug always said and wanted to move, and I agreed. The shelf life of a really good closer is 2 years, 2-3 years.
Yeah. I don't really have a reason for why that is because it's not like they're out there throwing 200 innings a year.
Right.
It's just an inning here and an inning there. You'd think that you could do that for a long period of time.
You think it's because you need so much strikeout stuff? Like you need that swing and miss stuff?
I'm sure they're
so
throwing
often.
as hard as they possibly can when they come in if you only got an inning. But
Schilt underachieved. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle.
Starting the movement.
See, somebody's on board with papers.
Starting the movement.
Terry Francona's best move this year was writing Hunter Green and Andrew Abbott's names in the lineup. I love the fact Hunter Green, the Game 1 starter of Cincinnati, said last year he actually went to the Dodgers playoff game as a fan. That's kind of fun when they're that young and eager.
you think players get free tickets?
Yeah, if you play long enough, you get 2 free tickets every game.
Yeah, you get some kind of
Gold
card.
card thing. Yeah.
Eric in the Central West End, Sonny Gray was great in Oakland and absolutely sucked with the Yankees. There is something to be said for some who go to the bigger markets, bigger stage, and don't do as well. Mike Francesa also not happy.
No, I wouldn't
with
think he would be.
The New York Mets. This is just the Mets collapse will probably give them material. I know you got to get into the Jets being terrible too, but it probably gives them about a month's worth of material. You can always fall back on the Mets. Here is the Pope.
This is such a colossal failure. This is one of the great, colossal, gutless collapses that we have seen from a team with talent in a very long time. There are bad teams. That's not them. They aren't a bad team. They're a gutless bunch of underachievers. That's what they are. Gutless to the core. They should be ashamed of themselves. I never thought they would be this gutless. I never thought that they would not figure it out to this extent. I never thought their pitching would dissolve as badly as it did, but not just their pitching. They were a top-heavy lineup all year. They became a bad defensive team. They became a bad situational team, and they became a bunch of gutless bums. That's what they were down the stretch. There's no other way to categorize it.
Yeah, there is.
Gutless bum. That's unfair.
I counted 4 gutless.
What sports do you think Francesa played in high school? Think he played anything?
No. Badminton?
Yes. Exactly.
Now, this is a callback to Don LaGreca, who's a little more like Francesca's a little toned down, maybe not as
nowadays. Yeah,
yeah, he's not as older
Right.
than LaGreca, so it's the same thing, but that little volume is just turned down just a tick.
Down.
Same theme, same verbiage. But about Don LaGreca, the texter said, after hearing this guy, how are we surprised about any of the things that were yelled at Rory this weekend?
Right, true. Good point.
Because they're listening to that all week, then they get in their car and go out to Bethpage Black, which we should ask Michael Wellington about that. Do you think, we talked a lot about it on Monday, the Ryder Cup crowd. Tom Watson even issued a statement saying he was embarrassed and ashamed at how the American crowd acted. Do you think in the future they'll never go back, let's just say the greater New York area, period, or is that too broad a statement?
I think that's fair, and I actually texted Jackson about this yesterday. So in 2018, I caddied for Chris Nagel at Shinnecock, and I wore a Cardinals hat, when I caddied, and the fans were terrible. Like, they were not clever. They were trying to be mean. They were trying to do the I gotcha stuff. So you flip that over to the Ryder Cup, where everything is magnified by 10,000. Mm-hmm. And, the one thing I noticed about Rory, Rory, yes, he was giving it back to the crowd. He was sending his middle finger out on many different occasions to the fans, which, look, I get it. They're coming after you. But I didn't see John Rahm, Justin Rose, Aberg. I didn't see any of those guys flip the bird to any of the fans. I think Rory, he kind of got what he deserved. I'm not going to say that the way the New York fans handle everything is correct, because it's not. But if you're going to allow the fans to get you riled up to the point where you're going to send middle fingers out and yell at people, I think they're trying to get him off his game. And I think on Sunday they did, because Scheffler beat him. And he was definitely playing better than Scheffler going into that match. But I can just tell you from firsthand experience, when it was less intensity at the U.S. Open, those fans, they're just kind of clueless. They're not very smart, and they're basically just football and baseball fans that get inserted into this golf arena, and they just don't know how to conduct themselves. So I don't think they're going to go back there. Ever.
But you're saying if you're Rory, now he's an emotional guy. We've seen that in the past, right? So it just makes it worse, right, if you react.
Totally.
But it's also impossible maybe for some people. Like, I would be like Rory. I'd be like, F you. I would be screaming back. The typical golfer probably doesn't have that personality, right? They're kind of like head down.
I just didn't see it out of his other teammates, right? Like, look, I get if you make a putt or you hit a great shot, you want to pump your fist and scream out, let's go, or whatever. But to, scream F you and raise your middle finger on more than one occasion, it's just weak, but that's my opinion.
But it's funny then, they're paying $750 to get in, so
is that what it was?
That's what they said. It was $750 for a ticket just to be in the crowd at the Ryder Cup. I don't know if that's across the board, but so you would think these people have decent jobs in theory and are respectable in the rest of their lives, you would think. Are they insurance salesmen that are just screaming at people in the office all day?
Yeah, if I hadn't seen it with my own two eyes in 2018, I really wouldn't even bring it up. But I think that, if you go to a Yankees game or a Mets game or a Jets game or a Giants game, all those fans are trying to get the opposing team's players out of their rhythm, out of their game, right? And that's what they were trying to do on the golf course. And I guess to a certain extent, the first 2 days, it helped Rory, but I think it hurt him on Sunday. But at the same time, I don't condone the way they do things up there. But I felt like Rory's reactions were, I don't know, they were kind of weak sauce.
Texter said, did you see Steve Cohen's tweet? That's the Mets owner, the billionaire owner who spends like crazy, who is admittedly a fan. My theory is that the MLB owners regret letting him in the club because he spends so much. It makes it makes the rest of them look bad. He tweeted out, Mets fans everywhere, I owe you an apology. You did your part by showing up and supporting the team. We didn't do our part. We will do a post-mortem and figure out the obvious and less obvious reasons why the team didn't perform up to your and my expectations. We are all feeling raw emotions today. So this came out yesterday, obviously, after the Mets missed out. I know how much time and effort you have put into this team. The result was unacceptable. Your emotions tell me how much you care and continues to motivate the organization to do better. Thank you to the best fans in sports. How about that? That's from the owner, Steve Cohen. And then he meets with his team of advisors, and he says, okay, how much should we spend this year?
Yeah.
Let's just keep.
His hat's too big in this picture I'm looking at, by the way.
He's the last guy that needs to apologize. I mean, he spent
what more
fortune
can
of
he
his
do?
own money.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the players ought to be apologizing to him.
How about in 10 years, he's broke. He's like, I'm so sorry. I have nothing left to give.
I spent every last dime on trying to make this team good.
And when Francesa calls him gutless, to me, gutless would be, that ball's hit really hard. I'm not going to get in front of that.
Yeah.
Or I might hit the outfield wall. I better pull up and not get hurt. That's gutless. It's not gutless because you couldn't hit a major league pitcher or you couldn't get a major league hitter out at a certain time. That's not gutless. You just got beat by another professional athlete.
They're not gutless at Design Air Heating and Cooling, Doug.
That's the last thing they would ever want to be, is gutless.
Because they're not.
No. You might be partless, as I was a couple of months ago when I needed that run capacitor. But I got it. Thank you, Design Air. They came right out, got me fixed up. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. And they're not just another HVAC company. They also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA. And that loyalty says a lot. We certainly appreciate that. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp. It's a family-owned operation, 4 generations now. The Goldcamp family has been running Design Air and doing it great. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis heat or the cold, if it ever gets here, they'll got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and perhaps most importantly, home with a handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Stop talking about the Mets. No one cares. It's kind of fun. It's kind of entertaining.
Yeah.
Misery loves comfort.
It
company.
Sure does. It sure does.
Insurance salesman taking shots out of nowhere from the millennial. No, I wasn't taking a shot at insurance salesman. If anything, I was saying you have a distinguished career. Do you then go to Bethpage Black and act a fool? That was the premise.
It's just a different mindset, I think, living there. I saw a bit of that at Busch Stadium.
Yeah.
I went to a game at Busch Stadium this year when it had to be 100 degrees. It was so hot, one of the vendors was giving out free water. They weren't selling it. They were giving out free water right next to me. And so 4 or 5 different people are coming up getting some free water. And this guy with a Mets hat on, they're playing the Mets. He runs up, elbows a couple of them out of the way. Now, this is a 50-something-year-old guy. Looked like a business executive type of guy. Elbows him out of the way and says, I'm going to need 2 of those. That's what he says. Now, a St. Louisan typically would sit back calmly, wait their turn in line, and say thank you very much. But a New Yorker, even a guy old enough to know better, not some drunken kid, comes up, I'm going to need 2 of those.
So shut your mouth.
Yeah, to me, that was a New York fan in a nutshell right there.
You have to yell at New York Raiders to the listeners and say, yeah, that's right, Mike. Otherwise, the media is soft in this town.
Right.
People have asked for the Pete Alonso drop. They say,
I
Jackson.
don't have a Pete Alonso drop.
It came up yesterday as well when he became a free agent. They said papers play the Alonso drop. I don't know what that means either.
I don't have an Alonso drop.
Clip that off. I don't have an Alonso drop. It is TMA. The Morning After is brought to you by Brown & Group. And Michael Wellington sitting in. Tim's back tomorrow. It is the 8 o'clock hour coming up next. Yeah, imagine that. The clock says it's 7:56. Guess what's next? The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Door and Window Store. Text in throughout the day at 399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Callier and Thompson phone line 974-0101. And, of course, I never forget the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. They're up there having their own conversation, watching the show online. And 10 o'clock, Chaim Bloom will address the media, and Mr. DeWitt will be asked. We're going to hold him accountable as well. What if I just went in there screaming? Let's have a screaming
Be a start.
Guns blazing.
Guns blazing.
Finally doing
Your
something.
team is gutless.
There you go. Now you're getting somewhere.
That's, hold on, gutless. And then you have to, give me a break. And then when he gives the answer, I'll just say, my ass. Oh, let him have it. It's the Morning After, brought to you by Brown & Group.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandolph Chevrolet and Johnny Wandolph Autoplex. Blues hockey tonight here on 101 ESPN as the Dallas Stars and Blues go head-to-head. Puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandolph Chevrolet and Johnny Wandolph Autoplex. See them at wandolph.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It is the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store, TMA, presented by Brown and Croup. And Doug, look to your right. Look, you have two people to your right. It's as if you're playing second base. You got shortstop and third to your right. Ed Herman, Brody are back for a return visit. Guys, welcome. Welcome. Nice to have you. Brody, good to have you guys.
We're not on our regular schedule.
I know. I feel like Terry's been here a lot lately.
Yeah, well, we'd like to send him in. The people love Terry.
Yeah.
You know, and
he comes in there with these really deep dives that are like philosophical mind benders.
You know what? Give him some credit. I think the guy put some real thought into what can I bring to the show today that might be different and interesting. And he doesn't know anything about sports. So he feels, well, by his own admission.
Yeah. Does he like to argue, though, even sports, if he'll argue like a concept with you about a team, even though he doesn't know anything?
I don't feel
I've never heard that about
I don't feel like we ever really argue. I think he likes a lively debate, but I don't think he ever feels that strongly about his position. Just like me, I never feel that strong about me. If I ever feel strong about my position, I'll let you know.
But you're from New York, and we were just playing the clips. Mike Francesa, Don LeGrand. These guys are screaming on the radio, calling players and teams gutless.
I think they're just expressing anger. That's not really a debate. I mean, that's just people that can't control themselves. Why are they yelling?
Does the audience in New York, though, they crave that? They kind of want to be angry? Is it therapeutic for them?
I don't think New Yorkers like to be angry. I think people everywhere like to be angry to a certain extent. I don't think they like it. I just think that we're living in angry times. I don't think New Yorkers are any more angry than anybody else. I mean, the Mets had a horrible collapse. That was angering. They had the best record in baseball in the middle of June, and then they don't even make the playoffs after spending all of that money and having all that excitement. You took an entire fan base and you crushed them. So yeah, they're going to be angry.
What about the behavior at the Ryder Cup with the New Yorkers going crazy there? What do you think of that?
Yeah, not appropriate. Like, I can't, but again, man, is it fair to just label them? You had a handful.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you had a handful of unrulies that I don't like unrulies anywhere. They just take the attention away from where it's supposed to be. Go be a spectator and leave it at that. Yeah. But again, who am I to say? It's their sport too. They can do what they want with it. If they want to make an ass of themselves, they can.
But it's widely accepted, I think, that New York, Boston, Philly fans are more edgy or louder.
Oh, please.
So you don't buy that?
I don't buy it.
You don't buy it? It's what, they're just as rude in Cleveland and Cincinnati?
I don't. Yeah, listen, fans, what do you think? Human beings are that different because they cross over a state line? It doesn't change that dramatically.
Well, it could be
I think
culture,
people get very passionate about their teams.
But I think the atmosphere at Busch Stadium is a lot different than the atmosphere at Yankee Stadium.
Yes, of course. Yeah, people didn't show up, so the atmosphere was awfully quiet.
Even when they do, the people aren't terribly obnoxious in St. Louis.
They stay home. When they're upset, they stay home. And that's why there was nobody in the stadium. Which would you rather have? You're a team owner. You want the fans that stay home when they're upset?
No.
Or you want the fans that show up and get upset?
I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about when the Cardinals had 40,000 in the stadium for years.
And they were winning.
Yeah, but I mean, but the fans still weren't loud and obnoxious.
Because they were winning,
screaming.
They were winning. When they were losing, they stayed home. Other cities, they still go when they're losing, but they get upset. I'd rather have the passionate fan base, but not the fair weathers.
But you're saying the East Coast fan is only hostile when they're losing? No, you think they get angry when they're winning too, or can be rude at times?
No, I think they get very passionately excited when they're winning. I mean, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. They looked pretty happy where I was standing. I mean, I did see that when Kansas City won their Super Bowl, a bunch of people got shot. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's fair to label any fan base as particularly over the top or not over the top. They're human beings. They get enraged. They express it in different ways. Some people don't show up. Some people yell. I don't see a difference.
But I don't think anybody's labeling them as evil people.
No,
I think if you called 100 baseball players right now and asked them, is there a difference in the fan base from the East Coast to the Midwest? 100% would say yes.
If you want to talk heckling,
Well, yeah.
Pure heckling. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Philadelphia's hecklers are renowned as the worst in the country or the best in the country if you like heckling. See, that's the thing is some people really like that. I don't. I like to let people do their jobs, and I like to just watch because I feel like that's my job. But, you know, I can't speak for everybody else. People have a right.
But I think heckling might be
Kind
a
of
mild
mean-spirited.
No, but I think heckling might be a mild phrase to describe what sometimes does go on in those environments.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess I'm not one to want to
I'm
label
not
an
mad
entire
at you,
fan
Ed. I'm
base.
not mad at New York. I just think
Yeah.
I totally disagree with you that it's not different on the East Coast in terms of the fan interaction with the players on the field.
Yeah, listen, maybe they're more vocal.
Vocal.
Like,
we'll settle on vocal.
We'll settle on vocal, but I mean, you have to admit that you go to other parts and and there's nothing wrong with that either. If a fan decides my team stinks, I'm going to save my money and spend it on something else, and I'm just not going to go, that's their right too. There's nothing wrong with that. Right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean, I don't know what makes a better fan base.
Well, nobody's saying better.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know
that it's better. I do think though the East. I would love to pull the MLB, and maybe they have. I'm sure they have at some point. It's just
but even that, so much of that is already sort of laced with years of narratives that sort of suggest that. You know, I mean, it's very hard to overcome that when anytime there's an example of an unruly fan, say in Philadelphia, it's like we hear about it nonstop. So if you were to poll, it wouldn't surprise me if the poll came back showing what you're saying, because that's what we've been fed for 40 years of,
But you've probably
plus.
seen those videos of the Eagles fans throwing things at other fans and dare wear a jersey of another team.
The Eagle fans, I hate to label any group. I just think it's dangerous. That said, yes, I've seen all of those videos of the Eagles fans.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievably horrible behavior.
Hal McRae's line to me was, the New York fans get angry. The Philly fans show up angry.
Yeah, and that may be the case. That said, though, the only time I can think of a fan killing another fan in recent years was out in California between a Dodger and a Giant fan. So explain that, fellas.
Well, killing is an extreme example.
It is an extreme example, but my point is, but it was a fan interaction, and you're talking fan interactions, and I'm just saying that you can see videos of people yelling at each other in Philadelphia, but if you want to see a fan kill another fan, you're going to have to go to California to see it.
Right. I was largely talking fan interaction with players.
With players, yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of fun stuff too that goes on. You ever watch those videos? I like those videos. I don't like the anger. Why do you guys egg me on at the angry stuff?
Ed's angry.
I'm not an angry guy.
Who's this guy? Why is he so angry?
Yeah, what the hell? Wait,
Brody, calm Dad down.
Now, Brody, this would be a perfect time to promote. We have to promote something today because we have a big.
Ed never promotes.
There's a big contest going on, and it's exciting because AEW Wrestle Dream is coming to St. Louis. October 18th.
Yep, October 18th.
And his podcast, Wrestling on the Spectrum, is going to be giving away a pair of tickets to Wrestle Dream, good seats. But to win these, you have to challenge the brain. You got to beat the brain. So we're looking for people who are looking to enter for the opportunity to beat the brain on the Wrestling on the Spectrum podcast. Yeah. And if you take on the challenge, you're going to get tickets to Wrestle Dream.
Is Brody the brain?
He is.
Yes. He is the brain. So you have to beat him in a...
Well, you have to challenge him. Listen, I don't think anybody out there has the ability to beat him. I honestly don't.
Is there like a trivia quiz?
It's going to be yes, and he won't have access to anything ahead of time. It's being prepared by outside people. I just don't believe there's anybody and no knock on the listeners. They may be. I know what he knows, and it's from another planet. That said, if somebody is willing to have the guts to challenge him and put on a showing, they'll win the tickets.
Yeah, how far back does your memory go with pro wrestling?
It goes pretty far back.
We've heard him rattle it off.
Yeah, it goes pretty far back. That's right. It's on our social medias. So on X is at Wrestling OTS, the letters OTS, Wrestling on X. There's a post on there. You got a comment below that you can beat the brain. Same on Instagram. It's on Instagram and our Facebook page. Both of those is just Wrestling on the Spectrum, fully spelt out. Wrestling's fully spelt out on the Spectrum. It's not abbreviated with letters on Instagram or Facebook in the metaverse. It's just Wrestling on the Spectrum. And you go on there. There's already a post pinned. It's the pinned post that has the Wrestle Dream graphic. You go below that, comment, you can beat the brain. We'll pick one person, and they get to be on an episode of Wrestling on the Spectrum. So if you want to go to AEW Wrestle Dream and you want to be on an episode of Wrestling on the Spectrum and challenge the brain to try to beat the brain and you're a huge wrestling fan, you should comment that you can beat the brain below, because it's going to be a fun experience. I'm telling you, it's going to be epic.
I think Brody could be a good promoter, like with the energy, the passion to promote the big event. And at AEW, that's the Tony Khan. We've talked about it, Shad Khan's son. Have they surprised in their ability to kind of make a dent here? Do you think that they've emerged more than people thought they could?
Yes, I absolutely think they've emerged more than people thought. They absolutely
I prefer
have.
AEW.
Really?
I prefer AEW.
What's the difference?
For me,
because Doug and I don't watch as much as we'd like to.
For me, because I think the most talented wrestler is Ospreay, and he's an AEW guy. And I think the most entertaining guy right now is MJF, and he's an AEW guy. So for me as a casual fan, the personalities and the wrestling that I like to watch are on AEW. WWE, a little bit, they're not that they're bad. They're entertaining. I just prefer AEW.
Yeah. You'll know because the social media pages will have a profile picture of this face, and I'll have my hat on it, and it'll be in blue, and it'll have the letters wrestling on the spectrum.
We're also going to be appearing at the Glory Pro event.
Yes, that's October the 26th. That will be at the South Broadway Athletic Club. Jake Something will be wrestling, I believe, Cody Lane for the Crown of Glory Championship. It'll be fun. We'll have a booth there. If you want a T-shirt, you want to interact with us, take a picture, tell us our wrestling takes and why we're wrong and why you're right. You get to go to Glory Pro. It'll be fun.
Brody, are those East Coast wrestlers a little nastier than the rest of the wrestlers?
There you go.
The rest of the country.
That's a valid question.
It's a valid question. See?
What do you get? Okay, give it to them.
Most of the bad guys are from New York.
What they want.
East Coast wrestling over. I don't know. I mean, there have been heels.
East Coast fans are maniacs and
Thank you for coming around.
Oh no.
Want a pat on the back?
No, wrestling. It's the South. I'll say this: if it's wrestling, it's the South. You'll either where the riots happen or like Little Rock, Arkansas, or Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, now those are cities.
But I'm saying that's where the riots happen. So when people talk about a heel wrestler or MJF instilling a riot, it's always in the South. I don't want to. I'm sure there are riots that have happened in northern cities.
Apologies to all other rioters out there for wrestling that we forgot to mention.
They have riots among wrestling crowds.
They have a lot of riots.
What are they rioting about?
They get mad and they jump the rail. They think they're tough.
Jump the rail.
They do. You got to, somebody jumped Seth Rollins, and what was it the other day? Somebody jumped over the rail.
Wrestler.
They do.
I wouldn't recommend that
all the time, but they do. They do. Worst it's ever been when they've used a weapon. That's just brutal. You don't want to do that, but it's happened. You shouldn't do it.
In this challenge against you, would you have any vulnerability with the old wrestling at the Chase era? Or are you well versed in that?
I'm well versed.
Considering some old timer from St. Louis might beat you with a Dick the Bruiser question or Baron von Raschke.
We mentioned Dick the Bruiser on our college football challenge recently on Wrestling on the Spectrum when he played college football in Nevada. So I think we're good. Played for the Green Bay Packers. I think we're fine.
Okay,
we're good.
But that's why we're telling people that people will win just if they've proved that they have the guts to even challenge him.
Mm-hmm. Show up.
They're not. Nobody expects you to actually beat the brain. They're not going to do it. No one can do it out there.
Brody, who's your Mount Rushmore of wrestlers?
That's a great question.
My Mount Rushmore. Michael Wellington with the great question. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I would put Jim Londos on there. I'd put Strangler Lewis on there. You put Lou Thez on there, and you would put Ric Flair on there as the preeminent major box office attraction draws in the history of wrestling. No, he's really not.
Nature Boy's got to be there.
Yeah, Ric Flair's number one, and then him and Jim Londos, and then everybody else kind of falls below. So those are the top two.
See, that's the thing is when you really know wrestling, you don't hear Hulk Hogan and Roman Reigns. That's
Roddy Piper.
We're casual people from the last 40 years, but these people, they go deep, man.
They do. They go really deep.
It's frightening.
He's all like Greco-Roman, Olympic, well, there's this guy. I mean, forget about it.
It is. It's intense. It's an intense sport.
Ed, good luck to your Yankees. Confidence level that they'll make a run.
You know what?
And are you going to be angry as all hell if they don't make a run?
I know. You know what? The thing is, I don't know that this is a team that's built to win a championship. I'm just not sure. I mean, the pitching has come together at the right time. Fried and Rodon and Schlittler have been really pretty great. The offense is obviously there. Judge will win the MVP, and it's honestly not really that close. And that's not because I'm a Yankee fan. It's because I'm a baseball fan who follows the advanced metrics very closely. That said, they struggled against the Red Sox terribly this year. They lost the season series. They lost even the games in Yankee Stadium. And they got to face Garrett Crochet, who's, the second best pitcher in the baseball right now. I don't know. If they don't win game one, I think it's an early exit for them, and I think Boone gets fired.
There you go.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. And then I think we bring Mattingly in, who's bench coaching for the Blue Jays right now, and we usher in a kind of the. We've been waiting for him to have his chance all these years, and we didn't do it early in his managerial career because I think they didn't want to. Every manager eventually gets fired, and I don't think you necessarily want to bring your legend in knowing that he's going to get fired. I think that may present a challenge for the Cardinals, too, if they ever want to bring in Molina as a manager.
Or Pujols, those guys.
Right.
Yeah,
the problem is because eventually you are going to have to fire them, and you don't want to break relations with somebody who's a legend in your organization. That said, Mattingly's now managed in Los Angeles. He's managed in Miami. He's now bench coach, and he's at a stage of his career where they may not have to fire him. It may be something where they can come in and he could. He's old enough now that he could ride it out.
I'll just do a couple of years, I'm good.
Yeah, he could ride it out for 5 or 6 years, retire, and be done with it. Now may be the chance. But I think if the Yanks get through the first round, I think it buys Boone another year.
When the Cardinals signed Albert in 2022, late in spring training, they talked to him and they said, if this doesn't go well, you are an older player. We got to think about what that looks like because you don't cut or waive. I know the Dodgers did, but the Angels. I'm sorry. Before he went to the Dodgers, the Angels released him, which was, oh my God. But in St. Louis, it's even different. And they talked about it. And he said, hey, I'm good with it. If it doesn't work, I just walk away, more or less. Instead of having to cut him, he would just retire, which is what he was going to do when he wasn't playing well. So maybe Mattingly, it's a similar conversation. That's Ed Hermann. Brody is here. Challenge the brain. Wrestling on the Spectrum. Get online and take the challenge and then win free tickets to the AEW.
But only if you win, right?
But only if you win.
You don't get the free tickets if you lose.
No. If you're person enough to challenge him, put yourself out there.
Yeah.
Well, we'll give you the tickets.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Because otherwise, we're never going to give these away. Nobody's going to beat.
Nobody's going to win.
Exactly.
Wow.
We're kind people. Do you notice that we're just so generous and so giving?
We're kind and generous people.
I tried to paint you as Angry Ed at the beginning of the segment.
I know,
Here we are.
I'm trying to defeat. I'm like I don't like being involved in angry discussions because I think it's what's wrong with the world right now. But you guys, you try to get me there.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Me in the room. I just want everybody to just
furthering the
relax and
narrative.
enjoy their sports, however they enjoy them.
Exactly.
Presenting sponsor is Brown and Crouppen. You can reach them at 222-2222. Brown and Crouppen brings you the morning after right here on 101 ESPN. Together Credit Union wants to be your hometown home loan provider. The mortgage loan can get a little complicated. Well, Together Credit Union is going to handle it for you every step of the way, and they have different mortgages for different folks out there. Get in on the action, whether it's your first home, whether you're downsizing, sizing up, need a second mortgage, Together Credit Union is here for you. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, and jumbo loans, they've got it all. And those specialty loans we've been telling you about, FHA, construction, union member mortgages, and the community contributor mortgages. They know it's a process that gets complicated. They can help you throughout and let you know that it's all handled in-house. Together Credit Union has the team to get the underwriting, the servicing, everything is done here locally. So remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates at togethercu.org. Here's to make it St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Get it, Doug.
No, it's that. Yeah. Bring it to the loo. In the land. Behave. For they play. World Series, baby. 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 Baby.
Well, back in the day, the old Mike Shannons, the outfield, they probably were bumping to this.
Oh, yeah.
Packed in October.
What a great spot.
It was kind of just a big parking lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it worked. It just worked. The back of Mike Shannon's. And when they first built the new stadium, it was going to be about Ballpark Village eventually. But every Shannon, you can look to the left there, you can still see Shannon's. He was just always promoting.
It was a great restaurant, too. Cool place with all the memorabilia. Really good food.
Food was awesome.
Yeah.
TMA, the morning after, Tim's back on Wednesday. Martin, Doug. Michael Wellington is over there. The recovering alcoholic, Chris Pondoff, is concerned. He said you're supposed to be at the house in 30 minutes to meet Ash. I don't know what that means, but he is concerned that you're here and not there.
I thought that was scheduled for later in the day.
Oh, later in the day. So now you have a tea time on Friday with Chairman Steve, and you're meeting Pondoff's wife.
Hey, I'm going to ask you a big favor. How about I come up to the station on Friday? Could I come up and meet you?
No. Jackson, would this qualify as where's your grandma? How's your grandma? I get it wrong every time because it says Ball Knowers Corner in the Stiefel dossier.
BKC.
Okay, Ball Knowers. I feel like Ball Knowers Corner. I used to think that was your basketball segment.
Well, that would be under the pretense of ball. But
it seems like it seems like it's a wide.
I got a hearty chuckle from the chairman on that one.
Seems now that it is a wide delta.
Yeah, I would say it's a very wide delta.
Okay.
I would say anything I put on the top of a segment in the dossier, the Stiefel dossier that is a wide delta. I just kind of put it there for my own amusement and by extension yours.
Okay, and Beef Wellington may not know, but in the dossier it'll say things on the heading of a segment.
Yeah.
Under construction. And you're like, wow, that's interesting. I wonder if it's about stadium renovations. And it'll be, Bears fire their coach. Like, oh, we're under construction.
Well, yeah, but I'm still constructing the segment,
Thanks for clarifying.
Well, that's any great city is always under construction, always getting better.
Well, this...
Probably true, yeah.
It sounds like we have some audio. This is coaches and media, and that tends to get into the grandma realm.
Which one do you want? You want Brian Callahan first, or do you want
the grandma? Although we played that yesterday.
You want I
thought you were going to play that.
You want the grandma intro?
Well, I thought that's what you were doing.
Oh, okay. Well, I can do that.
Doug, what do you want him to do?
Whatever he would like to do.
This is just the smoothest. It's as smooth as silk, man. You're gonna have to give me.
I think you're gutless. I don't think you want to play it.
I want to. I want to play it. All right, hold your horses there, Marty.
It's fine. It's fine.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like,
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
Or,
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
what's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Yeah.
Bryce, that's a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for...
So what'd your grandma think?
What was going through your mind? Reporters throw that out a lot. What was going through your mind when you hit that grand slam? It was fun.
Time to run around the bases?
Yeah.
Nothing.
That I better run?
Right.
What was going through your mind? So, Brian Callahan is the second-year head coach of the Tennessee Titans. They're not very good.
No.
But they did get Cam Ward.
Cam Ward said yesterday, and I quote, "We're ass. We've dropped a quarter of our effing games. We're ass."
What you want from your
honest
franchise quarterback. But the coach, Brian Callahan, has been getting... I think this reporter, Paul Kuharski, has covered the Titans since they were the Oilers.
Oh, really?
And apparently he's really just bothering Brian Callahan.
Do you think this is a resilient and relentless football team?
I know what you're doing there, Paul. I know what you're doing. And I'm not going to answer that right now.
Well, I mean, those are the themes that we've tried to catch.
Yeah,
this football team, you're 20-some games in.
Yeah.
Stuck.
Yeah, I'm just compose myself here before I say something I regret. But yes, I think this team is resilient. I think it is relentless. We haven't played good enough football, and I think those are two very distinct, different things. We have to execute at a better level. We have to coach better. That's really all I can say.
Oh, yeah, I think he handled it fine. Like, he's kind of annoyed. I think there were some questions even like week 1, and he said, "Oh, really, we're starting this?" So there's history.
I think there is a major sitcom just sitting out there for the press room. A sitcom all about media and coaches. I think there's something there. It's so funny.
It feels it's become increasingly hostile too. Like the college coaches especially get into it with the younger reporters.
Yeah.
I mean, we have audio all the time where that's happening. But I think Callahan, he didn't embarrass himself there.
No, he in fact said, "I'm going to stop myself before I say
which is
something
also
I
a
regret."
tactic to say I could just nuke you to shreds.
Which
right
I
now.
wish he wouldn't have done. I wish he would have said something he regretted, because then we would have played it.
Because that's more fun for us.
It is more fun for us.
Have you guys watched at all the new documentary on the Patriots called Dynasty?
I have not. No.
It is the interviews with Belichick are absolutely incredible. He gives nothing.
Nothing.
It's mind numbing.
And this is not outtakes of bad press conferences. This is him agreeing to be interviewed.
Yes, and there's a lot of times they put him in uncomfortable positions with questions, and he will not budge and will not give an inch. It's incredible to watch. It's like a car wreck.
I wonder why he would even agree to do it.
Well, because I believe they had so much success, and Kraft's on there too, talking about the situation with him and Brady towards the end and how they were really going at each other, and there was a lot of, like, I guess one
Brady
of the
and Kraft or Brady and Belichick?
Brady and Belichick.
Got it.
And Kraft admitted, I was watching this last night, Kraft admitted that my head coach was a pain in the rear end, but I put up with him because I wanted to win.
Sure.
And some of the things, like, he didn't play Malcolm Butler in
right. He won the Super
it was
Bowls.
either the second to last Super Bowl they won or the last one they won, and the guy had played 98% of the plays on defense that year. And all they could get was that Belichick had some sort of personal, but they didn't know what the details were. It's really an awesome watch if you have some time.
I'll check it out.
For a guy who doesn't say anything, it seems like he's been doing a lot more interviews. Like, even in North Carolina, he sits there awkwardly with the young girlfriend. And
well, do you think he has? I'm sure I could look this up, and I'm crowdsourcing heavily. But like most coaches do, like a radio show once a week, like Drink does Tiger Talk. Do you think that there's like a Belichick hour on the local Chapel Hill News
in North
radio
Carolina
station? Yeah,
I would think.
Imagine the poor soul has to do that with him.
He does not.
He doesn't.
Refuses to do that.
Drink is the polar opposite of Belichick.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that's a generational difference, probably.
But it's unusual that in a business that requires so much communication that you got like maybe the worst communicator in the history of America as an extremely successful head coach.
Well,
although he's finding it harder to win college football games than to date college students.
I think that on some cases, like, it seems like guys like him would need like an ambassador, like a guy to answer questions on his behalf, who has personality and has a little bit of something to say.
Or how about just suck it up and be a normal person? Is that out of the question?
I wonder if Kraft ever told him that. Hey, Bill, could you just give him a little something?
Suck it up and be a normal
person. Is that too much?
I love it.
We're paying you all this money. You can't just sit there and be a normal person, really?
UNC football has a general manager. His name is Michael Lombardi, and he is the mouthpiece. He goes on the weekly show, Carolina Football
Okay, so he
Live.
does the radio show?
But he's done a lot of media. He's worked in the media. He's a long-time Raiders executive.
Sure.
And
Okay.
so he probably took that job knowing that was part of the deal.
For sure. Belichick has in his contract that he's only required to appear on the show when, quote, reasonably requested by the university.
Sure.
Nice.
I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to get away with that act if his team is going to suck.
Yeah. If
at some point the rest of the world's going to say, "Go away, Bill."
If it's 2028 and North Carolina is still in the cellar of the ACC in football, I think like whatever the buyout is,
We'll say yes.
like,
It was all about Tom Brady and not about you. Just go away.
So they signed on Ludacris to perform for this weekend's game between Clemson and North Carolina. And at the time, I don't think they had a game time set. And that's an 11 a.m. kick.
Yep.
So Luda is performing at 10 a.m.
Oh, breakfast with Ludacris.
Yeah.
Before the game.
Right.
Not at halftime?
Correct.
They have to do that to get fans to show up at their games?
I think Bill's got a little bit of like a Dion Light kind of situation going on where he's trying to kind of
create a buzz.
Yeah, a little pop culture.
And so his plan is to get Ludacris Bridges to be in 2025.
From Crash, if you're not familiar.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
You're
Benicio.
saying, Jackson, you're saying that maybe Ludacris isn't the hottest brand on the market right now.
Well, I think Dion got guys like Lil Wayne, who probably similar age as Ludacris, but is
A little more street cred.
much more relevant in 2025. No offense to Ludacris. I like Ludacris a lot, but not 2025's hot artist of the year.
For reference, when Luda was at his prime, Jordan was not yet on this earth.
Right, or maybe like an infant.
It's kind of sad that Belichick, who was largely disliked by most of America, right, for because they're winning, but also how he carried himself, now I think has a lot of Boston and New England people rooting against him.
Oh, yeah, we played that
Got the
audio.
whole country
Well,
rooting against him,
that's
I
what
think.
I'm saying. You went from being isolated, at least, hey, the world hates you, you're successful, and you're not much fun at the microphone, and now even the people you had in that one pocket, they're like, yeah, to hell with you. So you're really, and then, so you created a new pocket of fans in North Carolina, and they're about to say the hell with you.
Well, he's kind of disavowed the Patriots. Like he says the Patriots aren't allowed at his.
Well, he and Vrabel have now been trading.
Right. Like Patriot scouts are not allowed in Chapel Hill because he says that he's not allowed back in Foxborough kind of thing. Yeah, it does not seem like that was a healthy split.
Why would he need to be in Foxborough? You could see why the Patriots would want to go to North Carolina, look at some players. Well, what business does he have in Foxborough?
6 Super Bowls? It's kind of...
But he's a working coach
Left
for
a few
another team
things.
right at the moment.
Have some personal items.
Looking all over. Missing a watch.
Lost one of his sweatshirts they cut off.
Also in the media coach exchange business, so Ben Johnson, the rookie coach for the Chicago Bears, at halftime, this is the audio, right, of him walking off at halftime, and the young CBS reporter, I don't know her name.
It's a long name that I cannot pronounce. I apologize.
Fair enough. This is her halftime interview with the Bears coach, Ben Johnson.
Okay.
Your offense has struggled to take advantage of those takeaways.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you tell them to get things going?
That it wasn't our brand of football. We're capable of a lot more, and so we're hitting the reset button here at halftime, and we're going to come back and establish our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I don't know. You think so? We're going to be just fine.
Thanks, Ron.
All right, Ben Johnson, all business. The little intimidation,
How do you really feel?
menacing stare.
Well, that was a bad question.
Now, what I think is the issue is there's a piece of audio that comes over her saying, so do you need to do something different? And he heard it as, you need to do something different. I'm going to play that part
That's
again.
how I heard it too.
And he said later, I think I misheard.
Right.
Because it is sort of strange to think, and in the heat of the moment, you're like, what kind of question is that? You're telling me what to do. To think of a sideline reporter saying, here's what you need to do.
Right,
like almost would never happen, but it did sound.
I want to play it again. I want to play this part again.
Our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I don't know. You think so?
And then she laughs really hard after that because
I still don't hear the so.
Hold
Our
on.
identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're
She doesn't put the mic up to her face when she says so. You can barely hear it, but she says so.
she's
Our
trying.
identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
You see how quick
I don't know,
she
you
is
think
on
so?
top of it? Do you not hear the so? I hear the so.
I heard it, and it reminds me of
Barely.
Greg Popovich.
Yeah, it does. It's a
in-game.
Well, I think there's also important, and if you're watching on YouTube, this will be important. He's standing over her like this. If her face is the microphone, he's here.
Towering over her.
He's here, like straight vertical over her head. And he doesn't. It's not like. So when you hear that part, and if you didn't hear so, all you hear is you need to do something different. You'd be like, what? What are you talking
And
about?
I can see where, because the audio, it's tough to tell. It's loud. It's after. I can see where he probably thought, even though it doesn't make any sense in the big picture, but in the moment, like, excuse me, like you need to do something different. The CBS reporter is telling him to change the game plan at halftime. He looked bad. And I saw people chime, like Tom Crean, who said she's a great reporter. I know her from the Big Ten Network, stood up for her. I don't think it was that big a deal, but Ben Johnson did apologize on Monday.
And, if you care to address this, I know there's been some buzz about your halftime exchange. Can you relay how you interpreted that conversation?
Yeah, in the moment, I honestly didn't think too much of it. I'm kind of in game mode. But then when I look back at it, I am a little bit disappointed with what that looks like. You know, I didn't hear very well, and that's not an excuse, but when I thought I heard that it was not a question, but that I needed to make some changes, I didn't take that very well. So I'll do a better job with those going forward.
Okay. He'll do a better job.
Nice cover.
It is a tough gig when you're that sideline.
The halftime interview is just
in any in-game interview.
It's
these
really
days
dumb.
is rough.
This is really.
It
dumb.
almost feels like we're checking a box. There, we
Yes,
did it because they don't
agreed.
say anything, and you can tell they want to get back into the locker room.
Agreed. I think it's really dumb.
I think the headset interview, when they actually have a minute to kind of digest,
Yeah,
and
that's
especially late in the year when the team stinks, it's like, who cares? But that real quick hit doesn't really say. In the original idea, I get it. Access, quick information for the audience, but you rarely get actual information.
No, it's.
But if you have a little personality, or even, I don't mind the player on the headset, the Wainwrights of the world during an MLB game on a Saturday in June, who cares?
Right. Well, it's like the worst in college football, too. You got the band blaring on the field. The coach is hustling in because they don't have that long of a halftime, and they're already, up against it. And some poor reporter has to go out there and ask a question that's like, you're moving the ball well on third down. What can you say about that? And they're like, yep. Executing our game plan. All right, thanks. Like, what does that do for anybody?
Yeah, Martin, I'm with you. Like the in-game interview with a player who's not in the game. Okay, good. But then, like, obviously I watch a lot of college baseball, and they have every third or fourth inning, they have the manager being interviewed during the play. Like, it's so hard for those guys to pay attention to what they're saying and also keep an eye on the game.
Yeah.
I was doing sideline. It was Fox. They used to, when they would come to town, not every crew had a sideline. Pam Oliver was with the A team. There were a couple of others. Otherwise, they would have a local person do the sideline. And I remember Mike Holmgren at the Seahawks is walking off, and they're bringing him to me. And in the truck, and you're going to do what the network guy tells you. The producer is like, ask them why they can't get any pressure on Bulger. Ask them why they can't. And in my head, I'm thinking, they just sacked him. Like, they just did. And so they're like, stand by and go ask the first question. And I was like, all right, Mike Holmgren with us here at halftime. Why do you think you're having trouble getting pressure on Boulder? And he looked at me like I was an idiot. And he goes, well, we just sacked him twice on the last drive. I said, yeah, other than that. And I'm like, I'm not going to.
The producer's name at that point.
And I couldn't tell. I felt like Roy Williams. Yeah. That person in your ear right now is telling you what to say. I'm like, yes, I did exactly what they told me to say. And there was another game, Joe Buck, and I think it was before he was doing the Aikman games. I was on the sideline, and I think the producer was like, we are not messing with this Marvin Killjoy. Like, they never went to me the entire, and I got paid, but they never went to me the entire game. And I see Joe after the game goes, you were on the sideline? He goes, why didn't we use you? And I said, ask the guys in the truck. Must have been the Holmgren question. They're still talking about it. People were saying papers that she said, do you need to change, not so you need to change.
I heard so.
I thought it was, do you need to change?
Either way, it's different than saying you need to change something. Either way, it's that one word, so or do, it doesn't matter. Either that word changes the entire tone of it. If he's saying you need to change something, that's a declarative statement.
And I don't think he seemed too sad about it, which is fine. It was not a big deal. He wasn't.
He seems like a guy, like that explanation is like exactly what you say. He's like, yeah, I misheard. I just got to do better.
Yeah, sorry.
The coaches need to really try to just put a smile on their face and get through it.
Right.
Because that kind of really soiled Nick Saban's reputation because he was so bitter and angry with every sideline reporter on the way in and out of a game. If he'd just been calm for just a 15 seconds worth of time, he would have had a largely different reputation, I think.
Right.
Because he was so mean to those reporters. You just cringe. You couldn't help but watch, but you just cringe. Oh, no, what's he going to say?
Joey Vitale's Orange Scully says, complete non-story. Professor Roy Hinckley, Jackie, what a great reenactment of a sideline interview. Bully for you. Folks watching on YouTube.
Oh, when
you stood up.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like this woman's probably 5'4", and Ben Johnson's like a tall enough guy. He's just standing nose on top of skull.
If you had to rank
intimidating.
him, I would say that Popovich is worse than Belichick. Belichick was boring.
Yeah. But here's what I'll say.
Popovich was
horrible guy.
Popovich, at least with Sager, it was kind of like a bit.
Okay, but he does it to everybody.
That was
he comes
the
off like an
difference.
ass.
Yeah, he would come off like it. But like with Sager on those like halftime interviews, he did that like as a bit. because he loved Craig Sager.
Okay, well
but no, I'm not saying that excuses all of his behavior, but in some cases it was different.
Because at least Belichick was just boring.
He was boring with
trying
everybody.
hard,
right? He wouldn't go at people. Like
even
that.
when asked his New Year's
I gotta find
New Year's resolution, Pele Blanco says sideline interviews are useless. No, I do think it's a good medical update, or if you have a coach that's engaged, I think it has to be week to week. Like if you have a coach who wants to play ball, it's fine. But if you have a Saban game or a Belichick game, you say, let's just go ahead and skip it this week, and nobody's going to mind. It's fine.
Yeah. Popovich was always just looking for an excuse to shove it to the reporter.
Yes.
Right.
I mean,
would go out of his way to be an ass. Yeah.
Guys, imagine how many rings Tom Brady could have won if he had a better coach or just no coach at all. That's from the last MySpace user. Somebody agreeing that series, the Patriots, Sharon and Clayton says Wellington agreed the Patriots series is really good. Also major creeptastic. How Kraft calls Brady Tommy. Is it creepy?
I didn't think it was
It's just
creepy.
an older gentleman.
Yeah.
Tommy's a kid.
But I think he looked at him like a son to a certain extent. But I will say this. The last Super Bowl that the Patriots won, if you remember, it was against the Rams, and they held the Rams to like
It was a
3
really
points
boring game.
Yeah, but that was all. They talked about what Belichick did before that game. They changed the entire defense because Belichick figured out that the Rams struggled against a zone. And it worked to perfection. And I think they won the game either like 13-10 or 13-3 or something like that. So, yeah, certainly Brady was the main key, but Belichick's defensive prowess won that game for sure.
Well, I don't want to give him any credit.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
But Kraft, in that documentary, Kraft is as normal and upfront and transparent as you would want someone to be in his position, explaining how things, they were good in the beginning and then they just progressively got worse with Brady and Belichick.
And Kraft was always pro St. Louis during the whole relocation move. He was always, and some of them were guys like Jerry Jones. It was window dressing, but I think Bob McNair in Houston and Bob Kraft in New England, I think they felt like we got to do the right thing here. If we got a team in a market, let's do everything we can to try and keep it. I think Kraft was sincere, and I think he also knew Dave Peacock from some Anheuser-Busch dealings. And so I never liked the Patriots, but I liked Bob Kraft because of that. By the way, the kicker or the punter for Lindenwood is Adam Vinatieri's son. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
We're at a Lindenwood game. We did an interview for Fox 2 a couple weeks ago. There he is, the NFL's all-time points leader, standing on the sideline, a future Hall of Famer.
Super clutch.
Who, yes, won 2 Super Bowls with a kick, won 4 total, but beat the Rams at the buzzer. Then 2 years later, because Ricky Proehl's like, man, I hate this dude. Proehl went to Carolina, lost the exact same way on a Vinatieri field goal.
Hi, football aside, sorry, but I'm doing a story about New Year's resolutions, and I was just wondering if you had any you wanted to share with your fans and our readers.
Yeah, no, not right now.
Okay, thanks.
She sounded very sheepish, like she knew, like her editor said, yeah, this is going to be a tough assignment, and he's probably not going to play ball.
Well, if it's around New Year's, it's the playoffs, so maybe
right.
like even more so, not into it.
First time at a football coach's news conference, she just thought, well, sure, you can ask anything. He'll play along with this. Sure, he'll love me.
Not the case.
Nope.
Morning, boys. Happy D1 BT. That's day one before Tim. Let's have a great day.
Okay.
Tim's back tomorrow. The morning after rolls on 8 o'clock hour. It's powered by our friends at Fisher Window and Door Store. Texters are always part of the show. The call-ins it's been a busy day on the call-ins. 10 o'clock programming note. We will carry the Chaim Bloom press conference. Cardinals' new president of baseball operations. Somebody asked me if there'll be a GM because we had Michael Gersh in the past. Then he became the
vice president of special projects.
I don't know. You hear the name Surf a lot. They talk about Moses, Bloom, and Surf. That's Rob Surfolio, who's in charge of player development. I don't know if he's getting the GM title. We'll find out. Lots of answers coming your way. 10 o'clock. Carried here live on 101 ESPN. Stop by your neighborhood Schnucks, load up on groceries, and they'll save as much money as they can in these challenging times. I think that's safe to say in the grocery world, but they're doing their best, lowering those prices on 2,300 items, and we said that months ago. And the reason we bring it up again is because they didn't change. Those prices have remained marked down. They weren't for a week or a month or a day. Those are permanent savings. You can count on it. Schnucks, get the rewards app, and when you have that, you'll also get notifications, items that you buy frequently. If there's any additional savings going on, you're going to find that out. Weekly coupons that are available, that comes your way with the rewards app. You can also use it to do delivery. Schnucks delivers, curbside pickup, all of it one spot. It's the Schnucks rewards app, and it's pretty cool. When you're checking out, they'll let you know your balance. Hey, you got $20, you got $30. You want to use it, you want to save it, you can build that up over time, paying you back while you're doing your shopping. It's everyday savings you can count on at Schnucks. It is the morning after on 101 ESPN. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurd, Michael Wellington sitting in for Tim. Chaim Bloom coming up in about an hour here on the program. We started the show by saying, what do you want to hear? And then it became a great Ollie debate, I think. We started with, what do you want to hear from Chaim Bloom? What do you expect to hear? And also Bill DeWitt Jr. Remember, after the 2023 season, there was no post-season wrap-up. They just sort of ignored it that year. Well, it was a lousy year. Why don't we just postpone it? Then last year's big news was that Mo was going to leave, but not for a year. And then, hey, look, we got a new guy here. And they introduced Chaim Bloom and then whisked him away. And that's the last time he's been heard from. Now, he's been around. He's been seen. And you've heard Ollie even say, Chaim and I were talking, or Contreras and Chaim were talking. So it's kind of like he's been in the mix, but just not somebody who's talked. And I think he's actually going to be a good, for what it's worth, hopefully he's a good president of baseball operations, but I think he's going to be a good media guy.
How old is he?
Early 40s.
Okay.
41, 42. He's joined the Tampa Bay Rays 20 years ago as an intern, and then kind of worked his way up in their front office. And when he went to the Red Sox, he would have been pretty young then, like 36, 37. But that was the baseball trend. You notice that that just happened in that way, just getting younger and younger. And I did talk to him a couple of weeks ago about, the tone and the climate around town. And I said, you're going to get the ultimate honeymoon. I said, Mo's not real popular. And he said, I've had the honeymoon before in Boston. He goes, and I also had the other end of it in Boston, where they love you till they don't. So that's coming up at 10 o'clock here on 101. College Football Corner. We mentioned this weekend's a little lean. Bama, Vandy.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I have a feeling Bama is just going to boot stomp them. Like, they're so mad about last year. Now,
Vandy puts up points, man.
Right.
They put up points, and Diego Pavia is a guy who can kind of win a game on his own.
All right.
He is. I don't know yet. I haven't seen the number just yet.
The Tide has momentum.
The Tide, they look great against Georgia.
They really did.
I mean, that first drive when they came out, despite Williams dropping that pass to still score. Impressive.
Spread's 10.5.
Yep, 10.5.
I see 10.5.
Oh, man.
It's in Tuscaloosa. I'll take
something?
In T-Town.
So if I say I think Bama's going to cover, that's not leaning into the stink?
No, this number looks right.
Why does there have to be stink, and why must we lean into it?
If you want to get paid, you should lean into it. I'm just saying that.
But explain it for the newer audience like me.
When a spread is set, and it looks like, how could they set the spread like that? Like, it's so like,
it looks ridiculous.
Like Georgia minus 2.5 at home against Alabama, a team that lost to Florida State earlier, a team that people have written off. You're like, they're going to Georgia, the supposed best team in the SEC, and they're only getting 2.5 points. That kind of is weird. That's when you lean into the stink and you bet Alabama, because there's a reason that number is so low. Whereas this Vandy-Alabama game, like if Vandy was
like a 3-point underdog, you're like, whoa.
That's weird. Bama should be favored by way more.
Here.
That's when you bet Vandy. This number tells me
there's no stink.
Right.
Do you want to bet?
I don't know if I'm going to touch that game.
No, I'll bet you that Bama covers that.
Bama covers it? I don't want it.
He's not touching it. Doug, do you want to touch it?
No.
Nobody wants to bet.
That's too big a number.
There's too much stink for me.
It's too big a number.
I'll take the big number. I'll say that they cover.
You're right, Martin. It's payback from last year.
I think they're going to boot stomp them, which makes the Mizzou-Bama game even bigger.
See, like, I get the payback from last year, but Vandy is a capable team.
Right, I understand that.
They hang big numbers. They have a lot of fight. They love their coach, Clark Lee, and Pavia is a difference maker.
And Bama can be a little susceptible on the ground.
Sure can. We saw Georgia gash them.
Okay, then we should wager.
I got you, Martin.
I'm just saying.
All right, $10,
you
Chairman.
like it? You like Vandy plus the 10.5?
Yeah, I'll take that with
All
Martin.
right, $10, Chairman and I. This is high dollar over here. I just have a feeling they will. How come the coach at Vandy doesn't get more mentions every time there's a job open?
I feel like he's getting some. Did he go
the
there?
Tulane
I think
guy?
he went there. I think Clark Lee went there.
And it might be a great job to keep, because if you win 6 or 7 every year, they're like, hey, great job.
It's like he could make it like the equivalent of Gonzaga basketball, where you're just there for 20 years and you could have a great
maybe
program.
Not their level of success.
Well, yeah, but they haven't won a title.
But they
hard to
be
keep
a 1
it.
seed.
Right.
It'd be hard for Vanderbilt to keep it going in the SEC, though.
I don't know. They got a lot of money for NIL.
Yeah.
I was going to say, with their alumni base, there's money.
Clark
Lots
Lee
of money.
Played 2 years of college at Vanderbilt, where he played fullback. So he's an alum.
The Arkansas AD, friend of the show, talked previously about their track championships.
Friend of mine.
They had to fire Sam Pittman over the weekend, and now Bobby Petrino. But I got to tell you, when the new coach, the interim coach, Petrino, fires coaches like right away, that tells you he's either been plotting for this or said, if I ever, I'll tell you, my list here, you got to go.
Bobby rides again.
Like he's got a little notepad. You go first. You go. With the first day as the interim, he fired 3 coaches.
That guy has 9 lives.
For real. Unbelievable.
He lost one of them in that motorcycle accident.
Exactly.
I mean, everyone just flooded Twitter with that picture as soon as Pittman was fired.
Him in the neck brace.
Yeah, with road rash all over his face.
And he was with his secretary, or
I don't know the details.
Have you seen all the clips of Pittman talking about drinking cold beer?
No.
Apparently, he, on more than one occasion, talks about having cold beer. Like he says, I'm
as
not
opposed to
endorsing
warm
it.
beer?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny because he's a good old country boy.
Yeah, it was folksy.
When Petrino was the Atlanta Falcons coach, they came to St. Louis and knew some people of the Atlanta team, and they said one of the rules he had all these rules because these guys get the big job, and then they're going to show you how in charge they are. There was no talking allowed on the flight. Can you imagine an NFL flight? I'm telling you, this is what everybody said. That you had to like study or get on your headset. No talking on the flight. And Doug, you were on Rams flights. And people are always, back of the room. You got corporate people. Jack Snow's holding court. Players are playing cards or whatever. That was a Petrino rule.
Oh, geez.
I think he's been humbled a little bit.
You're going to tell
chemistry.
30, 40, 50-year-old people you can't talk.
22-year-olds can't talk. Nonetheless, the Arkansas AD is at Hunter Yurachek, on whether or not they had the finances to succeed in football with Coach Pittman.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
You've talked about finances and being able to compete at a championship level, like you said. Do you feel like Sam had the financial commitment to be able to win at the level you wanted him to?
You were at the board meeting, and I gave you some statistics where our head coach compensation, our assistant coach salary pool, our support staff salary pool, and our overall operating budget ranked towards the bottom of the Southeastern Conference. I think with that information, Coach Pittman did not have the resources he needed to appropriately compete in this conference right now.
But isn't it the eight? So again, it was almost what your grandma think, because he's kind of contentious with the reporter. He said, "You were there, you know the answer,
right?"
But sometimes you need that person
he's doing the
say
right
it.
thing,
You're
right.
the AD. You tell us, was the money there? But isn't it the athletic director's job?
Yeah.
He's saying like, well, we just don't have enough money. That's a big part of your job.
But he can't fire himself.
But he's complaining they're not doing well with money, fundraising, donors. That's largely what ADs do now.
It's kind of their main gig.
Isn't that weird? I mean, he's basically saying, I didn't do the job.
Where's all that Walmart money when you need it?
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of money. I mean, they scooped up what Calipari. Is he working for free? Arkansas's got money. Maybe he's mad at the school. Maybe the school's not allotting it. Maybe that's why he's going public.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Sam Pittman.
That's what Sam Pittman should say.
Right.
About
Although
the AD.
that was now there is something. So Arkansas plays at home against Texas A&M on October 18th. Bobby Petrino was the OC for Texas A&M just 2 years ago. Mike Elko didn't keep him on. Got rid of him. Little get back game for their boy Bobby P.
I mean, he is a good coach.
He is a good coach.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the neck brace and the red face aside.
Right.
And the young women.
And the young women aside. If we can put the Doug, can we put the motorcycle aside?
Okay, well, it's
park it.
It's hard to.
Let's park it.
Hit the kickstand.
It is crazy that he's, of all places, and he did go to Louisville and he was at Missouri State.
Yeah.
Of all places for him to reemerge, that it's at Arkansas.
I mean, he was the OC for Barry Odom at UNLV, and then 21 days later, then took the job at Texas A&M, where again he was fired after 1 year. Like, he's kind of been all over the place since the incident.
These guys do. If you just look at every coach's resume, it's unbelievable how much they travel.
Oh my God, Petrino's is crazy long. Well, I mean, like 8 different schools are on this
even
list.
Drinkwitz, as a young coach, was in about 7, 8 places. And I was talking to Corey Batoon, the defensive coordinator. He had coached at Northern Arizona University. I worked in Flagstaff. We were talking about Flagstaff, and he was there, I don't know how many years ago. He said, "Oh yeah, we still have a house there." Like, I think, how many places do you leave and just keep a house there?
Right. Just rent them out. Yeah, you can make a fortune just on real estate.
Rent them out. What if you had one in every place you've been?
Yeah, that would be a tough life, though. I would think, to live someplace for a year and then pack up and move somewhere else. Especially if you got little kids or something.
I guess the idea is to eventually get to that head coaching gig and get
it's all worth it.
6 years making God knows how much. Or
if you're just a coordinator, you're making $1 million or $2 million.
Right. Oh yeah. And Power 4 now. Yeah,
there's all kinds of people that move who are making $50,000 because they got a job where they can make $60,000 somewhere.
For sure.
So I understand why they do it, but I still think it'd be pretty tough.
Agreed.
College football related. What's the audio? This is Timmy Walters, a great super chat message. So Gabe's postgame show, we were told after a win over UMass, which was largely expected and not that exciting, that the postgame show was kind of tame.
Yeah, but luckily Chairman Kurt was able to find a diamond in the rough.
Yeah, Gabe does a Monday evening State of the Tigers, so this is fresh from last evening.
Oh,
all right.
Great.
So look, okay. Let's get to Timmy's super chat first. Always appreciate that. And if you give us a super chat, you'll get on the screen and we'll answer your question. The last Bama game, I said, I haven't even read this. I may be making a huge mistake. I said back to back with my wife's father in the Furrow men's room. Yeah, I'm not going to finish reading that. But
the bye week has people going a little stir crazy.
I appreciate the super chat, man. That was I don't mind if the voicemails are out there like that because those are other people's voices. I just didn't want to continue to read that in my voice because then it would be on a radio show or something. But Timmy, thanks for hanging out, man.
Talking about us.
He called it. He said it would be on a radio show.
Yeah. Well, too bad, Gabe. It's still on the radio show.
It is a good distinction that if it's something vile that is the caller, you just play that audio. But if you, much like our text line,
right,
you find yourself, you're reading it and then you've just said something vile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a good distinction.
Don't read anything.
Question. The last Bama game, I said, I haven't even read this. I may be making a huge mistake. I said back to back with my wife's father in the Furrow men's room. Yeah, I'm not going to finish reading that.
Stop. Yeah.
Wife's father, Furrow men's. Okay.
Chairman, do you have the transcription?
Who's Timmy Walters?
Deke Totem.
Oh.
Hate to blow the cover off that one.
Well, as if Deke Totem gives it for the whole audience. Oh, no, Jackson just outed the person, too. Deke Totem.
I'm going to edit on the fly for the end of it. But it said, the last Bama game, I sat back-to-back with my wife's father in the Furrow men's room.
Oh.
I let him use the tank lid to dip his wings in my sauce.
Now, who would write such a thing?
Timmy Walters.
But why? Damn it, why?
I mean,
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
This is what happens when the Cardinals can't hit.
Right. It's the damnedest thing.
We're forced to deal with that kind of
is there a lot of tank? It's a trough situation. I guess there's stalls.
I think there's just...
Don't think it through. There's no reason to try.
You talk about you enjoy the trough.
I don't enjoy a trough. No, I do not.
Not every restroom has a trough.
At Furrow?
Yeah, near where I sit.
Oh, yeah.
It's more
the highfalutin area.
Yeah, it's more of like a two-man urinal situation.
No, two-man, no.
Well, not...
Like doubles?
Yeah, mixed doubles.
Oh, we don't need that.
Like dueling urinals? You ever been to a dueling piano bar, Martin?
I've never understood the concept.
On the landing back in the day. That feels like a landing vehicle.
When there's two toilets in the same bathroom with no dividers and they face each other, I don't understand that.
I saw that recently.
Where?
I saw...
were you in the Army or something?
I saw a bathroom the other day where it seems like the shelter around the stall had been removed, but the toilet was still standing there in the middle of the room. It's very awkward.
Oh, we had a trivia night a couple years ago, and it was about 95 degrees in that gym, and there was no walls surrounding the toilet at that bathroom.
Oh, yeah. Someone threw up before the trivia even started. Someone vomited.
You shouldn't be going there anyway. Only in extreme emergencies.
Well, yeah, but...
Should that even come up? Extreme emergency.
And emergencies happen.
Well, not very often.
Do you not handle the public bathroom situation very well?
No.
That's a Doug stance.
No.
Sometimes you just have no choice.
Yes, you do. You can go at home. Get yourself regular.
Now, going
Would
at
you
home
leave a sporting event, just go home, Doug, if you had to really
Depend
go?
on the event.
Final Four, Doug's like, I'm out.
I wouldn't have to go. That's never come up in my entire life.
How do you
never one time come up?
I just don't know how you control your bowel schedule on a whim like this.
How can you not?
Because things just pop up.
I think Doug
What are
eats
you
very
eating?
regular.
What are you eating?
Mommy, go look in the toilet.
Oh,
I'm very carnivorous right now.
okay.
We can't get too detailed, but we can say he prefers to be treated like a dog and also a toilet.
Maybe if you're 5 years old, you
I don't
can't
know what
hold it
that
anymore.
means.
But at some point, as an adult human being, you have to be able to say, I'll wait a half hour, an hour, whatever it takes.
I wish I had that luxury.
You can't.
Doug's got a hell of a constitution, man. There's no doubt about it.
You ever had an emergency on the golf course, Doug?
No.
Never?
Never.
My cousin did once.
Sure, it happens.
He played with one sock for the rest of the round.
Oh, he went sock.
What is that supposed to mean?
You can deduce.
Come on.
I do.
Don't deduce.
The real thing that happened. There's a real thing that happened. He went low, too, afterwards. I was impressed.
No.
Well, he was
He
unencumbered.
actually pulled one sock up and one didn't have a sock for the other foot.
Yeah. It's
Oh.
unfortunate reality of it sometimes.
Doug, why do you hate people with IBS? That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Yeah, that is true. Some people can't control it, man.
I don't hate the people. I just wonder how often does this really come up? For me, the answer is zero.
Is this a
0 times in my entire life have I been in a sporting event or a golf course saying, oh my God, I've got to go to the bathroom.
What do you do if you're stuck in traffic and you're just not moving?
That's a bad scene,
And
man.
then all of a sudden,
Oof. I've never had that either. I've never had that. That's a nightmare.
No.
That's a nightmare. Not a lot. You're not often stuck in traffic for too long in the St. Louis, Missouri area.
No, I can see it if you got to go wee-wee, but not poo-poo.
Doug has a steel sphincter. That's from Shohei Ohtani's accountant.
I'm just surprised how many people apparently have these accidents all the time. We're not talking about grade school children. We're talking about adults.
I don't think they're
Get yourself
accidents.
regular.
you're part of the problem.
Poop shaming. I just tuned in. Where's Tim? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's
okay.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Guys, I want Bloom to state that Arenado will be moved definitively. Also, did Dersh's special projects get completed on time and under budget? Do we get a project update?
What are the chances we hear anything at all that surprises us today?
Well, that text, he can't say definitively that they're going to move Arenado. He has a no trade clause.
No, not unless he's already done it.
Same with Sonny Gray. Same with Wilson Contreras. He can't say definitive. That's like. We need an informed electorate here. We got to
You're mad at the electorate.
Well, we got to understand. That's
Right. He can't definitively.
I saw some Cardinal Twitter talking about goodbye Mo, and people were like, "Oh my God, what the best news I've heard!" Thank God. I'm like, he's said he's going to leave for a year now.
Mm-hmm.
You can't call yourself this giant Cardinal fan who I spend my hard-earned money and not know things that are public information for a year. It's hypocrisy to the highest degree.
Okay, calm down, guy.
Well, he said about this time, a week ago, John Mozeliak, I asked him, was there any discussion last year, stepping aside then? And he said Chaim had some personal things to tend to, and that was one of the reasons he stayed an extra year. Maybe we'll get clarity on that. Chaim Bloom coming up at the top of the hour. Arkansas-related. Guys, I was at the game Saturday. The stadium is a dump. Eye-opening just how second-tier it felt. With Jerry Jones being alum and in the Waltons' backyard, it just doesn't make sense. That's from Table Rock Lake Monsieur. That's true, Jerry Jones. There's another one.
Yeah, he went there. He's a billionaire.
Wow.
I think he's more concerned about his Cowboys.
Yeah.
Alan Dadeville said, don't forget how popular Petrino was the first time. Another texter said, big Arkansas fan, don't want Petrino back. I'd say if they start winning, you probably.
Yeah, I mean, if it's all dependent. He's got 9. Well, how many games does he have to make a difference?
Probably
They really only had one horrible game this year. That was Notre Dame.
Yeah,
they beat their blood donors badly, and
but they're right there with Ole Miss.
Barely lost to a ranked Ole Miss team.
Really, right there.
One
with Ole
point
Miss.
lost to Memphis.
A fumble away from beating Ole Miss.
In both of those games,
Memphis they were a fumble away. Well, I guess both, but
they
Notre
got a
Dame,
rough go coming up.
Notre Dame, they
still
got
have to play Tennessee, Texas A&M, LSU, Texas, and Mizzou.
Yeah,
and Auburn and Mississippi State. They could lose them all. From here
they
on
could
out.
lose out. And honestly, if you were a betting man, 1 win or 0 wins would probably be the betting favorite.
Well, coming up next, you guys can chew on this. Is baseball back? Papers has got some numbers, some reports that have been coming out in the last couple of days that are all positive for baseball in terms of attendance, in terms of ratings. And then maybe this for our Spartan over there, Michael Wellington. Somebody texted, how about Tony Vitello linked to the Giants managerial job? And there's a number of reports out there saying that he has been linked to that job.
He might be linked to it. I wouldn't buy that for a second.
All right. We'll get into it. It's the morning after, brought to you by Brown & Group, and here on 101 ESPN. AutoLoanPro.com, the website to go to if you're in the market for a new vehicle and your situation, your circumstances haven't been great the last couple of years. Doesn't matter. They're going to get you into a vehicle. They're going to do it little to no money down, and they'll find you the best rate possible. They work with over 50 different lenders. Auto Loan Pro on your side when you're looking for a vehicle and you're not sure what you can afford. They'll help figure it out. Go to that website. Also download the free playbook. That was put together so you understand how the credit industry works. You'll get educated on how to get the right car this time and maybe even different car in the future. It's all part of the Lita family. Again, 50 different lenders. Those are not vendors. That means you're getting the best financing that's available. Anyone could sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. So get online, autoloanpro.com, getting your life and your credit back on track. Get that next vehicle by going online. Robert Thomas, friend of the show, featured primarily on the commercials for Auto Loan Pro as well as on the website. Added bonus there, that free playbook there for you. So there's only one thing you need to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro, autoloanpro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues hockey right here on 101 ESPN this evening as the Blues will be taking on the Dallas Stars. It's going to be a 7 p.m. puck drop. There will be pregame right here on 101 ESPN starting at 6 p.m. Again, puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We are in our Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Martin had to bolt quickly because he is heading down to Busch Stadium for the Chaim Bloom press conference, which will carry here live whenever that gets underway right around 10 a.m. Then BK and Ferrario at 11 a.m. Doug, I have a special treat for you on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
What have you got? Who's on there?
What's up, Larry?
Oh, Larry.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Well, hello, Larry.
Larry Nichols.
I'm doing fine.
Feels like we haven't heard from you in a while. Everything okay?
Everything's okay, Doug. How about you?
All right. Well, I'm fine. This is the wrestling recap segment.
Yes, it is, Doug.
Okay. What have you got for us?
Well, last night, there was a Intercontinental Championship match between Dominic Mysterio and Rusev. And Doug, you're probably wondering who won the match, right?
Well, whoever the writer said would win.
Who was victorious, Lawrence?
I assume they kept to the script.
Writers it was script, and the winner of the match is still Intercontinental Champion Dominic Mysterio.
Okay.
Yes. Dirty Dom.
Is that one of those guys who's like 5'6", 150 pounds, and he's beating up everyone? He was 6'4", 300.
Whoa. It's his son.
Doug,
yeah.
Yeah. Rey Mysterio is Dom's dad.
Okay. But still, half the size of everybody else?
No, Dominic's taller than his dad.
Oh, he is? Okay. All right.
That's why you got to watch the show.
All right. Well, I'm not watching. No. Okay. What else happened that we need to know about?
The main event was a tornado tag team match.
Now, what does that mean? Wait a minute.
Let me explain, Doug.
Okay.
The rules of the match are all 4 men are legal, which means they can beat each other up. No disqualifications, no countouts. The only way to win is pinfall or submission.
No disqualification. So you could bring a hammer or something to the ring and that'd be okay?
Yeah, if there's no disqualification, yes.
Okay. Chainsaw would be a good weapon.
Triple H used to beat people with a sledgehammer.
Oh, really? Plastic, probably.
I don't think so.
No, it's a real one.
Sure. Okay, and who won this tornado tag team fracas?
The Usos. Thanks for help from the original tribal chief, Roman Reigns.
Okay.
What about the waffle fries?
All right. What was that?
Waffle fries? There was no waffle fries involved.
No.
Larry, are you taking questions?
Yes, I am.
So, if I'm not mistaken, when Roman was on his run, he was aligned with his wise man, Paul Heyman, correct?
Yeah, he is. Now, Paul Heyman is now associated with Seth Rollins, Braun Breaker, and Bronson Reed.
So, is Roman going up against the wise man now? Because he was out there spearing Braun Breaker and that other guy last night. Are him and Paul Heyman going to be going at it now?
As far as I know, yes.
Huh.
Well, okay. Was that all we need to know?
I got a question, Larry.
Okay.
Larry, forgive my ignorance, but is there a world heavyweight women's champion?
Yes, there is, and that's Stephanie Becker.
Did they actually say heavyweight?
No. It technically is technically it is heavyweight, but they don't put it on the belt.
Okay.
Why, is that fat shaming?
They just call the women's title the women's world title. They didn't say world heavyweight championship.
Okay, yeah, they wouldn't like that. They wouldn't like that at all, I wouldn't think.
I need to see a photo. Is she an attractive lass?
Yes, she is, and she's dating the NXT star Miles Bourne.
Well,
Sorry, comments out.
Okay, Izzo's out. Okay.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world right by you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Jackson. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, you bet, brother.
Number 5 would be Mongolia.
Mongolia.
Good beef.
Okay.
And that's because of there's a wrestler named the Mongolian Stomper.
Oh, almost didn't need to be said.
Okay. Next.
Number 4, Argentina.
Okay.
Messy.
Number 3 will be Brazil.
Okay.
Number 2, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And number 1, United States of America.
Okay, that's a nice W for us. All right, Larry. Wonderful little recap, Larry. Thank you.
Hey, Larry, thanks so much, brother.
You have a God bless America.
All right, thank you, sir.
Amen, Larry. Amen.
Larry Nickel, everybody. WWE Wrestling Recap. There's been a narrative that I don't allow Larry on the air, which is pure poppycock.
Mm-hmm.
This prime example right here.
Well, sure, there he was.
Yeah.
He texted you?
He didn't actually. Actually, he texted me, "I'm on hold?" ? Which confused me. Are you saying you're on hold? It was much like our Ben Johnson halftime interview. I didn't know if it was a question or a statement.
Right.
Stephanie Vicaire has some serious cake. That's from Who's Your Daddy?
Did you look her up, Wellington?
Not yet.
Here you go. I don't know how your vision is, but...
Yes, that would be reasonable.
Heavyweight champion, but she's not like a 250-pounder.
Mm-mm.
And so there's weight classes in wrestling.
They have a heavy. Are you talking about men's, women's, both?
Yeah, this is just in general.
I know they used to have a cruiserweight division, which was typically like the lucha libres.
Sure, but don't really big guys sometimes wrestle little guys?
Yeah, there's not necessarily like weight classes like you'd see in high school wrestling.
Which is totally believable.
Yeah, it seems like it's sanctioned and safe when someone who's got 150 pounds on you is also in the squared circle.
Yeah.
Effing wrestling talk. Is there not any WNBA games for Jackson to talk about? That's from Larry Bird's Trash Truck.
Hey, we love Larry Nickel in the WWE Wrestling Recap. So when he calls in, we put him on, especially on Tuesdays. That's his day.
He's a legend.
He's a living legend at that. We have another caller on the phone lines. A friend of the show, Dan Jansen, is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, guys. Tough to follow a legend like Larry, but I'll do my best.
Okay, hang in there.
Bring it, Dan.
Yeah.
Quick question from Michael Wellington. There's a PGA event, the APGA, tomorrow at Glen Echo, which I assume you're familiar with.
Yes.
And I'm going to be out there volunteering. I think it's free to attend. And I guess my question is, what level of golf? I mean, these guys are professionals, but is it going to be really cool? I'm expecting it is.
It's definitely going to be free. I can tell you that. There will not be tickets sold to it. The level of golf, I would say that tour is probably a step below NCAA Division I golf. I don't know a ton about it. I know some of the guys that have played that tour, and it's decent. I don't think the purse is all that great. I do think the winner of that event gets an exemption potentially into the Worldwide Technology Championship down in Cabo. But the level of play, it's okay. It's nothing. It's certainly not the level of the Korn Ferry Tour, and definitely not the level of the other major tours. But you'll definitely see some good golf. I would say the winning score, depending on how many rounds it is probably going to be, 5 under a round. So if it's a 2-round deal, 10 under would probably win. If it's a 3-round deal, maybe 15 under. So that'd be my guess. Plus, Glen Echo there's lots of birdies out there, so maybe a few strokes lower than that.
Yeah, I played in that Pro-Am for this exact tournament 2-3 years ago. And the guy Tim and I played with this guy who I've maybe never seen a guy hit the ball further than this guy. And he was 5'9", 170 pounds maybe, and just smacked it. It was nuts. It was really cool to see.
Cool. The purse is $45,000 total purse, $7,500 to the winner, and it's a 2-day event. So I don't know. I'm going to be out there. I encourage anybody that wants to see decent golf and a nice course on a nice day to come out.
Yeah, I think with that kind of purse you're talking about, it's a mini tour event, if you will. But again, I think there'll be a lot of birdies to be made, and you'll see some good golf. Are you volunteering out like on a hole, or are you going to be on the driving range?
No, I'm a spotter on hole 8, which to me is the perfect spot. It's a par 5, reachable,
gettable,
and yeah. So,
very reachable. I'd be curious if you'll see some guys hit it over the road there and have just a wedge left into that par 5.
For the record, I might have hit it over the road once back in the day.
Oh, that's a large tee ball.
All right, Dan.
Okay.
Thanks for the call.
All right.
Dan, thanks so much.
You got the text inbox open, Doug?
Well, I can.
They didn't like the call.
Why not?
What happened to the baseball talk about MLB coming up? Come on, guys. Your best isn't anywhere damn near close, Dan Jansen. Grab some bleach and Country Time lemonade and make you a Clorox Palmer.
Oh.
Man Bay 2004.
Not kind.
No, Wellington, no, run. You're going to be a Wellington lampshade and literally beef Wellington. Avoid at all costs. Tim's high school buddy.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. What isn't unfortunate is when you work with someone like Mark Milton, Doug. He's as world-class as it gets.
But it is unfortunate to get on the wrong side of the godforsaken tax man. And if that happens, that's where Mark Milton comes in. He'll take care of you. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If that's the case, you've got some problems, but Mark Milton can help you through those. He's at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. His background, well, he got an accounting degree from University of Illinois, #1 accounting program in the country, got a law degree from St. Louis U, started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best in the country at what he does, and what he does is get you out of trouble with the IRS. If you have any issues at all, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, "No, sir, I am not guilty. I am with Milty." Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Our Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to take a break. At 10 o'clock, we will be carrying Chaim Bloom's press conference for the Cardinals. And then at the top of the hour, we'll have BK and Ferrario. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back in. You're listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Our Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Coming up at 10, we're going to have that Chaim Bloom press conference in about 19 minutes. Chaim Bloom will be talking over with the media. We'll carry that live. And then BK Ferrario at 11. Doug.
What now?
We got Doug Vaughn. Okay. Michael Wellington filling in for Tim McKernan. He'll be back tomorrow. Martin had to head out to the press conference. Chairman Kurt in his seat. I'm Jackie Papers. Wellington, Ryder Cup didn't go well for the Americans. Just
saved a little face.
From your perspective,
on Sunday,
what did you see? That it was to me, it just looked like the Europeans couldn't miss a putt.
Certainly, the Europeans played great. You got to tip your cap because they made more putts. They hit it closer to the hole the first 2 days. Very encouraging to see the Americans come out and do what they did on Sunday, because I think a lot of people thought it was pretty much over, but the shouting, and then to think that with 4 matches to go in the event, they were right there. I mean, if Russell Henley makes that birdie putt, I think that momentum is a total flip. I don't know if Shane Lowry makes that putt, but that's not what happened, unfortunately, for the United States. I think a lot of people are going to talk about the Victor Hovland injury, where each team gets a half a point. Now, that happened, I remember, in 1991. Steve Pate, the United States team in 1991, was on a bus, and there was a car accident. Steve Pate hurt his back, so the same exact thing happened. He had to sit out, and so the Europeans had to have somebody sit, and they each were awarded a half a point.
That's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous rule.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
for not playing.
Yeah, I don't understand how we could remedy that or
have an extra player, have an extra guy there.
Yeah, have somebody on the alternate list, if you will, or have one of the assistant captains.
Why would that be so hard?
No, I mean, I guess it's something we're never really going to know unless they decide to change the rule. The only thing, if you really want to get into the weeds on it, that I didn't like was Colin Morikawa is ranked 144th in putting on the PGA Tour. And they trotted him out there the first day in a alternate shot format with Harris English, and they got rolled. The thing about alternate shot is, you're not playing your entire game, right? You're only going to putt on half the holes. So to me, I just felt like you'd like to have a good putter in that situation. And on the flip side, to Colin Morikawa being a poor putter, ranked 144th on the tour, Sam Burns is ranked number 1 on the tour in putting, and he's sitting the bench in those alternate shot matches. And they not only did they do it once, but they tried Morikawa out there twice. And if you follow pro golf, you know that Morikawa's short game and his putting are definitely his Achilles heel. So that's the only strategic thing I probably would have done differently. But again, I know there's a lot of stats involved, and I'm sure, Keegan, nobody values the Ryder Cup more than he does. So I thought it was great that he got a chance to be the captain. I don't know who's going to be the captain next, if it'll be him again. Could it be Tiger Woods? Could it be a guy like Justin Leonard, who made an iconic putt in 1999 to help the United States win? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see, because next time we're going to go on the road in Ireland. But I think the Americans, they really stepped up on Sunday, and that was really cool to see that the event turned dramatic towards the end of Sunday afternoon.
You think we'll ever see Tiger Woods playing an event like this, or is time passed him by at this point?
In the Ryder Cup? No.
Yeah. He's supposed to be the captain, though, for 27, or people are thinking he's going to be the captain.
I would love to see him be the captain.
Right.
I think a lot of people would. I think that one of the things that people don't understand about the difference between the Ryder Cup and the President's Cup, so the President's Cup is run by the PGA Tour. The Ryder Cup is run by the PGA of America, which is actually 2 separate bodies, right? And one of the reasons that Freddie Couples was never the Ryder Cup captain was because he didn't really want to deal with all that goes along with the PGA of America, and they kind of have their hands on everything, and they keep you handcuffed a little bit on some of the things you do and the way things are run. That's why I don't think he ever became the Ryder Cup captain. And I wonder, Tiger and Freddie are very close. You would think anybody that's going to be the captain doesn't want to deal with outside agencies telling them what to do and what not to do. So I think it'd be great for the United States to get Tiger in there, but I don't know if he'd want to do it. I'm curious to see if Tiger's going to play any golf next year. How bad is that Achilles injury? If he can't play golf anymore, if he can't play competition anymore, I think that could open him up to be the captain the next time in Ireland. But if he does play golf and he doesn't want to be the captain, maybe that's something for a guy like Justin Leonard or I don't know. I'd be curious what other people think about other potential captains, because it's an important position and it's got to be somebody that the players respect. I like the fact that we went younger with Keegan Bradley. He's passionate about it. I wouldn't be shocked if they gave him another crack at it.
I was going to say, I've seen something where there's some thought that maybe let him run it again this time. Because, I mean, like anything, if you're going to do something for the very first time, you probably have to work some kinks out. Maybe the second time around, it'll be a little more refined. I could see that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less to do when you're the away captain.
Right.
Certainly, I thought it was disappointing that it rained so much at Bethpage before the competition, because I think it made the golf course a lot easier, and it became
a putting contest and
a putting contest, and also kind of a birdie fest.
Right.
I think if Bethpage, I wonder if Keegan had to do it over again, if he would grow the rough up a little bit, but also the greens, you could just attack. It was almost like a Corn Ferry event where you get guys like that with a clear look at flag sticks. Even it was almost easier coming out of the rough because you didn't have to control the spin. Coming out of the rough, the ball isn't going to spin as much, so you could fire right at the flag, whereas you saw a lot of guys, I think, shots from the fairway were spinning off the front of the green, and it just didn't seem like the Americans accounted for that very well. But you know what? At the end of the day, the Europeans just played better, but boy, they tried to let it slip away on Sunday.
Pardon my ignorance on the history of events like this, but would that have been like the most epic of comebacks if they had been able to pull it off?
That would have been far and away mathematically the biggest comeback. The two other biggest comebacks would be 99 when the United States beat the Europeans at Brookline and Boston, and then also when the Europeans beat the United States in 2012 at Medina in Chicago. So, but mathematically, that was the biggest lead on Sunday that any team had ever enjoyed over the other going into the final round of singles play.
The captain even gets to decide how they grow the grass on the course?
Yeah, so 2 weekends ago, I was at our event in California, and I sat with Thomas Bjorn, who was the Ryder Cup captain for Europe in 2018, I believe. And he was talking about how for many years in Europe, they had the ability to change the golf course how they wanted. And then on the flip side of that, at Hazeltine in 2016, Davis Love had the ability and took the initiative to change the golf course around with hole locations, tee boxes, and the amount of rough to favor the Americans. And so one of the things Bjorn mentioned to me a couple weeks ago was that the Ryder Cup had tried to make an effort to stop allowing the home team to have such an effect on how the golf course played. Now, it looked like to me that that's the way Keegan Bradley wanted it set up, because you don't cut rough like that down at a place like Bethpage unless it's on purpose. So I'm not sure if they're still doing that or not, but I know that in years past, the home team was able to set the golf course up the way that they wanted.
How would cutting the rough down help the Americans?
Well, in past, not so much this year, but in the past years, the Americans were always much longer hitters. So the idea would be with not a lot of rough, you could just bang driver up as far as you can, and then since there was no worry about tough lies in the rough, you'd be hitting shorter clubs into the greens, right? And when the greens are firm, that's a big, big advantage. But last week at Bethpage, since the greens were so soft, it didn't really favor. It just favored who was hitting it more, accurately and straight at the flag.
We're a little behind on the clock here, and we got the Chaim Bloom press conference coming up, so we're going to get right. Before we do that, Tim is going to tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, longtime sponsor here on TMA. As a matter of fact, the longest running sponsor on TMA, going back a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp, who is fourth generation owner operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client, and I am a client as well of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Matter of fact, they're coming by the house to do a furnace tune-up for the cold weather months, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. You run into any issues with your HVAC system, just go to designairservice.com and work with the great Seth Goldcamp and his team. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. That's why TMA has been on for 21 years. The audience supporting the sponsors. These people choose to support the show, and we ask that you support them. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company, founded downtown in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues and also the Stifel Charity Classic, and they sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered and is one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
You are listening to The Morning After, 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're going to be going to the Chaim Bloom press conference here very shortly. Just waiting on that to get underway, and then we will carry that. I'd say probably most of it you can hear right here on 101 ESPN. So that is the plan for the 10 o'clock hour, is to play the Chaim Bloom press conference. Doug, before we do that, can you tell me about Schaefer Door Company?
Well, Schaefer Door Company is the company you need to know about if you have any kind of problem with your garage door. Maybe you just need a whole new, brand new garage door. They can handle that, of course. They can handle anything garage door related. The name of the company is Schaefer Door. That's SCHAEFER. Their website, schaeferdoor.com. They service all kind of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. And Schaefer has that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors. If you run a big business or a warehouse or maybe a firehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experience in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years. They're big enough to handle any kind of a job you could throw at them, small enough that when you call them, a real person will be on the phone. The service techs are not commission-based, so you're not going to be sold a bunch of hooey if you don't need it. That's schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
All right, before we head to break and then go to the Chaim Bloom press conference, I want one bold prediction from everybody of some that Chaim Bloom would announce. Don't be afraid to be bold. If you're wrong, it's okay. But one bold prediction.
To be frank, I don't think he will make one bold announcement.
I think that in itself is a bold prediction.
Okay, that's my bold prediction, that there will be no bold predictions.
I don't know if this is a bold prediction, but one of the things I'd like to hear him say is that, we're going to start focusing on our young guys and development. I think that's something that's been missing.
It's kind of his specialty, too.
I sure hope so. One of my very good friends is Red Shaindienst's grandson, and one of the things he's always talked about, and when Red was with us, he would talk about it, was just how the Cardinals had a special way of developing and just a certain way of doing things, and I hope that can come back. I don't know how bold that is, but...
I think I enjoyed it. If you have a bold prediction, send it into the Air Comfort Service text line or the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We will have Chaim Bloom's press conference coming up on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. You'll hear from the new Cardinal President of Baseball Operations, Chaim Bloom, coming up after this update. This is another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Welcome back. You are listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN. Right now, we are going to send it to the press conference of the new president of baseball operations for the St. Louis Cardinals. That's Chaim Bloom. Here is the press conference live from Busch Stadium.
Good morning. As you know, we were fortunate to recruit Chaim to St. Louis in 2023 to serve as a senior advisor to the Cardinals after previous positions at Tampa Bay and Boston. In his 2 years here, he has already made an impact. He has recruited a number of excellent people to help run our player development system, and he has been a trusted advisor to Mo and me. I'm excited to work with Chaim more extensively as he takes over this key role, and I know he is excited to take the reins as well. Please join me in welcoming Chaim Bloom, our new president of baseball operations.
Thank you and good morning. I want to start with a few thank yous. First, thank you to the DeWitt family for your trust, for your passion for this organization, and for your support of what we're building. Thank you to my teammates here at the Cardinals, many of whom are in the back of the room, our baseball operations staff in particular, who have welcomed me and trusted me and been honest with me. And to Mo, thank you for your insights, for your sense of humor, and for so generously sharing the perspective you gained during 30 years of dedication to the Cardinals. What a legacy you've left, and the impact you've had on the people around you and on the organization. I feel fortunate that our baseball lives have intersected in this unique way, and I will treasure the time that I got to work with you. And of course, thank you to my family. I am the luckiest person I know because of you, and I love you. I also want to thank our fans, who I've gotten to know better over the last year and a half. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for your optimism. You deserve the reputation that you have, and you deserve the very best from us, and we intend to deliver it. You know, this organization is special. It means so much to so many people. It's a special place to work, too. Our staff, everywhere you look, is exceptionally hardworking. They care so much. The devotion to the birds on the bat is inspiring. And to those who love this team, if you could see that work ethic, that care factor that I get to see every day, you'd be fired up. And yet we are not where we want to be. We are not where we need to be. We are not where our fans expect us to be. And we are not where we expect ourselves to be. Our goal is to field a team every year that can compete for this division and for a World Series championship. I'll talk about how we intend to get there in the near term, but first I want to address the bigger picture of our baseball operation and what we stand for, what this organization is about, at least in my view. This unique transition has allowed me to guide progress in player development and performance, progress I'm really encouraged by, though we have so much ground still to cover. It's also allowed me to get to know the organization better, past and present, and to reflect on a couple of questions. Who are the Cardinals at our best? How do the Cardinals win? So I want to talk about those two questions first. Who are the Cardinals at our best? To me, it's simple. This organization, at its best, sets the standard for the rest of baseball. That's what set this organization apart for 100 years. Going back to when Branch Rickey literally invented the farm system a short walk from where we're sitting here today. To when George Kissel revolutionized how the game was taught, to when Whitey Herzog went all in on a style of play that set the tone for the sport for a decade, and to when, under the DeWitt family's leadership, this organization, including many people who are here, changed the way the industry thought about the amateur draft and about how to use information to make baseball decisions. That's our legacy here. That's who we are at our best. We set the standard. And that standard is always changing. It means something different in 2025 than it meant in 1925 or in 1965 or 2005. And it's going to mean something different in 2035. So now we get to do it again. That takes boldness to do things our way, not to fear being different if we think different means better. It takes humility, the humility to understand that when it comes to this great game, there's always so much we don't know, so much to learn, and so we can never stand still. We can be good, but we can never be good enough. In this competitive business, the front of the line is always moving. And it takes trust to work together, to communicate well, to have each other's backs, and to hold each other accountable. That's the standard that our fans hold us to as well. And that's what they deserve. A hardworking organization that does things the right way and is never satisfied. How do the Cardinals win? Bill has said this time and again, we're a draft and develop organization. And when you look at our history, I think it's pretty clear that he's right. The Cardinals win first and foremost with core players that we acquire and develop. And fundamentally, that operating model that sustained this organization for decades is still sound. But for it to deliver the results that we need, we have to be elite at acquiring and developing baseball talent in every aspect. That means our process in both the domestic amateur draft and the international amateur system. That means how we assess and value players in other organizations, and our own players too. It means how we develop our players physically, how we teach them the game, how we train them in the gym and on the field, how we take care of them in the training room, how we feed them, how we help them stay sharp mentally. It means how we coach at the big league level, how we get the most out of our major league players. It means how we prepare and game plan every night, how we hire and develop our staff. And it means how we leverage information in every area and how we innovate. So we will act with purpose and with urgency to take a fresh look at every one of those areas and work to set a new standard in each of them. Much of that work won't be visible from the outside, but if we do it well, the results will be a steady flow of championship caliber players coming through our organization, dominating details and winning ball games. A core that comes together and sustains itself through the inevitable change that every roster goes through in this industry. That's how the Cardinals win. And that's how we'll work towards our goal every day. And what does that mean for our roster this offseason and into 2026? Well, you heard me say it. We aren't where we want to be, competing for the division and for the World Series. We have talent here. We have more talent coming. And we have some of the makings of that core, but we need more. And so our top priority will be to build our talent base for the long term. That may mean hard decisions and short-term sacrifices, but to get where we want to go, we can't take shortcuts, and we won't. We will always want to win. And we will hunt moves and decisions that allow us to do that right now, too, as long as they also serve our ultimate goal. But when we have to choose between short-term gratification and our bigger goal of contending consistently, we will choose the long term. We will make moves with that ultimate goal in mind because, simply put, that's where this organization needs to be. And in fact, oftentimes when you're disciplined in following a longer-term strategy, you not only get there more quickly, but you reap short-term rewards along the way. I've experienced that everywhere I've been, and we saw flashes of it here in 2025 too. Now, our strategy is long-term, but we won't lower the standard that we hold here every day. We won't concede anything, and we will always compete. How we work, how we scout, how we train, how we develop, and how we play, those are things we control and that we get to decide every day, and we will get after them with intent. I'm energized and fired up to continue the work that we've begun with my teammates. I do know that first, my good friends in the press have about 2 years of questions saved up for me, so I will let them get to it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chaim. Who has our first questions for the panel?
got Ramirez in Cleveland. You've got Rodriguez in Seattle. You've got Tatis, even though they didn't get him from that pool. How important will that be for you to get, because that seems like where people are getting stars, to get that impact player?
Yeah, it's a critical aspect of what we do. It really has always been here. Obviously, you know, you all who have been here can name a lot of the players that came out of the international talent system that have helped this organization. We have some really good talent in our system right now. We're going to continue to invest in that area, continue to look at it just to see how we can move things forward. I'm encouraged by a lot of what I've seen and heard on the progress made the last few years in that area, and we just want to continue it and look to see how we can keep moving it forward. But it's absolutely critical for us.
Jeff Jones? When you talk about the conflict between a short-term game and a long-term goal for you all, after a year that was so premised on assessment and looking where players were at on the major league level, is there a short-term version of the 26 Cardinals that is competitive in the way that you all desire, or will it require a further step back to get to that area?
Yeah, like I said, we're not going to concede anything. That's just not how we should operate. That's not the standard we should hold. We just need to be focused on our ultimate goal. And like I said, I think when you do that, you find that a lot of the time you end up reaping some short-term benefits. We have good talent here, and you know, there's nothing we should concede heading into 2026. We just need to make sure that the things we actually do and the roadmap that we follow is geared towards that bigger goal.
Before the season started, it was identified the purpose of this year was to find out what this current core of Cardinals players are so that you can build towards the future. Do you feel like over the last 162 games you have a solid understanding of the players you would like to build around?
Yeah, I do. I mean, you know, one of the nice things about this is having gotten the opportunity to see these guys, a lot of these guys up close. There's definitely more that you learn when you're in this seat and going through everything you go through in the seat, but definitely feel like I've been able to see a lot of these guys. I don't like to sort of draw a line of, hey, these guys are in and these guys are out. The game is too hard for that. There's always positive surprises that you can realize by sticking with players, not giving up on players. But it's nice to have a better understanding of what these guys, at least to this point, have shown that they can and can't do at the major league level.
You've been in a spot where you were hired and moved to a new team with Boston. Now you've been in a spot where you've had 2 years of kind of, I guess, runway is the phrase of the year, before you got to this spot. What are the tangible benefits of that? I know it's been awkward at times. You touched on it. We have 2 years of questions for you. What do you get from that experience that better positions you to either move fast or move with urgency or move directly in this role?
Yeah, it's been really unique, and it's had so many positives. I think the biggest thing is really just understanding not just the organization, but the people in the organization. One of the things that my last role allowed me to do was, because my phone wasn't ringing with everything day to day, I had the opportunity to sit down and just get to know a lot of people, see the organization through their eyes, and those relationships are really important. There's always a learning curve. There will be a learning curve even now, but to be able to shorten that where, you know, people can understand me a little bit, I can understand them. I think there's some things that I understand about some of the dynamics in the organization and some of the people that normally it's going to take you a year or two really to get to, and to be able to build those connections, have those conversations without all the noise of the day-to-day, I think certainly it's been enjoyable, but I think it's going to be really valuable.
A lot of the players have mentioned that you've sat down with them, talked to them about the direction. How has that gone? How will that help you? And you've also had 2 years to evaluate the field staff. Will there be any changes there?
Yeah, so as to your first question with the players, that's another thing I was able to do this year, was get to know some of our players. Obviously, some of the conversations about their status going forward, some of which I know you all have covered, those are things that we got into later in the year. But really just to understand, again, you want to see the organization through people's eyes. You should see it through your players' eyes. They're the ones, obviously, that we're counting on. So that's been really helpful. I've enjoyed the ability to get to know these guys, let them get to know me a little bit. Just see what they think. As far as our field staff, there's still some things that we need to sort out with every single person on the staff. But overall, I've enjoyed working with these guys. I expect a lot of continuity. It's a good group of people that really, really cares. You saw it this year. There was a lot of adversity this year. I was in Chicago the last weekend. those games, standings-wise, were not meaningful. You didn't see anything waver. You didn't see the work waver. You didn't see the standard lowered. That tells you a lot. And it's not a surprise based on getting to know this group over the past couple of years, but it's meaningful.
This might be for you and for both Bill DeWitts. Last year at this time at this press conference, a lot was talked about payroll. What can you share about the payroll heading into this coming season and the future? Obviously, draft and develop, of course, but are you going to rise the payroll? What can you share about that heading into this?
Well, it's interesting. I don't think Chaim and I have even talked about payroll. You know, he's here to do the job, and we don't know what our payroll is going to be. I can't tell you right now, but you know, we're going to provide the resources for Chaim to build what he's talking about building. So, you know, we can take it from there.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will come back with more of the Chaim Bloom press conference on the other side of the break. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brody Hermann on 101 ESPN. Hey, we're back here on TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We are going to throw it back to Busch Stadium for more of the introductory press conference to new President of Baseball Operations, Chaim Bloom.
Would it make sense to get a big free agent this particular offseason, or is this more of an offseason where you wait?
Yeah. There's nothing I would ever take off the table on that front. But again, I think the big thing, the most important thing we need to do, in free agency or any arena, is just make sure that the things we're pursuing actually make sense for what we're trying to build and what we're trying to build towards. So, I never like to take ourselves out of any opportunities. I just think, you always want to be able to be opportunistic, but we want to make sure those things line up with what we're actually shooting for.
We talked about the infrastructure of the minor league system and giving players who are coming up that support as they need. How would you describe how that's gone so far, and how much more do you want to see there?
I both feel, actually, a few of us were talking about this the other day, that we've made a lot of progress. Like when you step back and you think about all the things that we have done, the new processes we've put in place, like all the things that we've asked of our staff and that they've delivered on, like it really is a lot when you step back. And I think a lot of that progress is already showing in the system. And then I also look and say, we have so much more work left to do. And I know the whole crew in player development and performance feels that way. It's everything that I talked about. We can't be satisfied with just making some progress. We have to keep pushing. So there's a lot more that we want to accomplish. But I think for, so to speak, year one of this, where we were asking a lot of new things of people and wanting their candid feedback so that we can iterate on those things, make them better. Really pleased with where that went, really pleased with where it's going.
Yeah, you obviously have the background in Tampa Bay, and there's a perception that that's the model that the Cardinals will take, where when a player gets to his fifth year, he gets moved. Can you just talk about what your perception of what this will look like is, and whether or not you'll have the resources to keep players that are going to become stars?
Yeah, well, with respect to the Rays, I think one of the things that has made the Rays so successful over the years is that they do it their way. They do it in the way that makes sense for them. You can't copy-paste that, or you shouldn't try. The whole reason it works is because, and I was part of this for a while, and they've continued to do it. You figure out what you need to do to be the best organization in your circumstances. Every organization is different. Obviously here, this organization's been built on and won with these kind of tentpole players that have been here for a long time. I obviously, you can't do that with everybody necessarily, and you shouldn't do that with everybody. And this organization at many points has actually benefited from staying disciplined with that, but it's also benefited from keeping players here. So when it's the right type of player in person, we're certainly still going to look for opportunities to do that, and we can win that way.
I know last year the additional staffing at the minor league level was one of the bigger developments. Do you, kind of a two-parter, what kind of benefit did you see from that, and do you kind of see that area being an area where you guys will continue to grow in?
Yeah, it was obviously something that I and we thought was really important, particularly to restaff that coordinator layer. Obviously, we brought in some folks at the leadership level too above that, but just to make sure that we had really clear programs and processes and accountability for those in every instructional area. It's hard to expect us as an organization or an individual player to be good at something as they move up through the system if we don't have a plan in place for that. Just kind of common sense. So it was great to be able to invest in that group, and very excited with the people we brought on. I don't expect it to be quite on the scale of what we did last year, obviously, because we had some big leadership positions to fill, but we will make some additional investments in those two departments, in player development and performance this year on the staffing side, as well as in other areas of the organization.
Mr. DeWitt, dating back to last season, you spoke about the emphasis to get the Cardinals back to being a true draft and development club. When you think about market size and the major advancements in the big city markets, particularly with spending, why is the draft and development model the best way to sustain long-term success with this organization?
Well, I think you develop your own players, that, you have continuity there. And, we're we will call it a mid-market franchise. And even though we're small in terms of the numbers, but the Cardinals have always done more than their weight. So, we're not out there trying to buy the most expensive free agent. And historically, this franchise has had its best and most success with players they developed.
Following up on that, I think we're all aware of obviously what the TV revenue was like in this last year in that situation, as well as what the tickets sold revenue was like this year with the drop. And this is probably a question for both of the presidents. Also on the horizon is a CBA and the potential of a work stoppage. I wonder how those influence both the investment over the next 12 months, the commitment, and also the timeline of when you think the team might contend. All those factors play in.
I'll start on the attendance piece. Obviously, we've all seen it. The numbers are down, and it's something that we're not happy about. If to the extent that that's a message, the message has been received. I don't really, think that. What we're all about is trying to think about ways to increase attendance beyond the biggest way, which is obviously what Chaim's talking about. We know that a winning team on the field is the most important thing relative to attendance, but then there's, several factors that we can control on the business and operational side. The first thing I think would be around sort of the game day entertainment changes. We've talked about those, and I think it was a nice first step this year to create a little bit of a different feel on a Friday versus a Sunday, and there'll be more of that to come. The second thing would be our fans. We've listened to our fans.
What's with the giant binder?
Oh, this. Sorry, folks. Brief ad there popping up on the YouTube stream. That's the unfortunate reality of playing it on the Cardinals YouTube. So I'll just, I'm going to kind of clear some air here for a moment, and we'll take a brief break again, and then we'll come back with the final part of Chaim Bloom's press conference. You are listening to TMA here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN. We'll play a little bit more of the Chaim Bloom press conference here right now. He's actually asked about the looming possibility of an MLB work stoppage in this question here from Derek Gould. So we'll send it back over to Busch Stadium for the live introductory press conference of Chaim Bloom.
Far the other, I mean, it does seem like there are some vices there for investment, both revenue streams, but also the looming potential of a labor stoppage. How do those things influence, A, what you'll invest in the team spending-wise, but also the timeline for what you're trying to build?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, in this game, you're always dealing with uncertainty. It's part of what makes it fun. Obviously, anytime you have a CBA that's getting to expiration, you always know there could be changes. I think it just speaks to, Mo touched on this yesterday, the importance in our situation, frankly, in most situations, of just being able to be nimble and flexible so you can take advantage of whatever opportunities exist. So that's a mindset we have to have. But I don't want to have us put the cart before the horse. We got to stay focused on our goals. Again, if we stay focused on what we need to do and just keep doing the right things toward that goal, that usually leads to the most success. I think we do need to go into this thinking that we need to be in this mode and think this way for multiple years. But again, if we just stack good decisions and smart moves one on top of the other, it usually makes it go quicker.
Martin, we'll take one or two more, and then you're all going to have plenty of opportunity, as I mentioned before, the presser with Chaim. But Mark, Kilcoyne.
Apologies, I did not go to Yale, but this is for Mr. DeWitt. Bill, you've been here through all the good times. What was it like this year, seeing it empty, and the fans kind of made a statement? What's your message to them, and how did you see it this year in terms of fan frustration or anger, whatever it was?
Well, none of us were happy with the results we've had. Our goal is always to get into the playoffs. So, and we've done it for many, many years. So our goals have been reached a great majority of the time. We're not there now, and we haven't been for a couple of years. So, I understand their frustration. They love the Cardinals. They love the Cardinals winning, and as I said, we have a history of winning, and we're going to make every effort to get back to that.
John, did you have another one?
The Cardinals have always prided themselves on not rebuilding, but having to go through that now, how painful of a process can that be? It's not always linear. There's step forward, backwards. Do you guys, how worried are you that the pain of rebuilding will hurt your fan base even more?
I think we are where we are in terms of rebuilding. We're obviously looking to build a better team. So we're not, going to throw everything out and start from scratch. And we've got some good young players coming. We've got a bunch of good young players on the club now. And, we'll build around all of that.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Bill, and Chaim, congratulations. Welcome. And we'll have...
All right, we are back as the end of the Chaim Bloom press conference. Fellas, anything that you heard in that presser caught you by surprise? Media knee-jerk reactions? Doug, I'll start with you.
Absolutely nothing that caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
And I guess my prediction of we will not have a bombshell was accurate.
Yeah.
He spoke in generic terms about needing to improve in all areas and beefing up the developmental system in the minor leagues, about what you would expect. I didn't hear anything really specific about here's what we're going to do, here's the type of players we're going to go get. Mr. DeWitt, Bill DeWitt Jr., the owner, did acknowledge there at the end that they understand the fans' frustration with not having a winning team here for 3 years now and wanting desperately to change that. But I didn't hear anything to lead me to think, okay, the Cardinals are going to start doing some major things.
Right. Mr. Wellington?
Nothing that really jumped out as I look at the text chain. No mention of Ollie. Very interesting. That's from Thrill Fan 22. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty generic.
Yeah. I honestly didn't expect, like Doug kind of said, nothing surprising. That was Doug's bold prediction beforehand. His bold prediction was correct. I don't think there was anything surprising. I did think something of interest is that, like, they haven't talked about payroll for the next year.
They absolutely have.
Like, you would think that would be a conversation throughout the season leading up to it that they would discuss what the payroll might look like for next season. But
It's one of the biggest issues you have. How could you not discuss it?
And I think Derek Gould's question about, how much does the possibility of a work stoppage in front of you change that? And I thought Chaim's answer was diplomatic, but, it'd be surprising if, I would understand the Cardinals being like, yeah, we're going to kind of be cautious with payroll until we know what the situation with the new CBA is. But they're not going to say that.
No, I don't know what really they could say about a lot of things. He's not going to step up there and say, we're going to get rid of Arenado no matter what we have to do.
Right.
And we're going to offer Pete Alonso this X amount of money as a free agent. They can't do any of that.
Right. There's nothing that they could say that would satisfy every Cardinal fan who's been, reeling for the past 2 years. They're not going to say anything that's going to truly rock the boat.
I would think he probably has a blueprint pretty well stepped out already. Here's exactly the steps I'm going to take. But, if something goes wrong, they're not going to tell us what that is now.
Yeah, lots of gold in the text chain. Eric in the Central West End said Bloom should have taken his shirt off.
Yeah, seeing some of that. I'll just read a couple of texts here from our Air Comfort Service text line. See what the people have to say. You can send in your thoughts there. Air Comfort Service text line or on the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Happy to DeWitt saying they got the message. Hopefully that isn't just said and they actually meant that from them. That's from Chunk in the Chuck. What the hell does putting forth every effort mean? That's from Jesse Spano's dealer. Sounds like business as usual for the DeWitts. That's from Curb Stomp. Big shock. They talked about improving the game day experience to get people back in the park. We need more giveaways rather than putting a good product on the field. That's from Doug's Bunyan.
Yes. I got rid of that bunion with wider shoes.
Morrison Woods Wacko says, here's a prediction. The Cardinals will announce a dependent son-in-law day, and all dependent son-in-laws get their very own bank account with their name on it and a T-shirt with Mr. Licks on it. That's from the Morrison Woods Wacko.
I don't think that's happening.
Always angling at licks.
Need the Dylan Holloway take your shirt off drop from Doug's Bunyan. I'm sorry, but I don't hear excitement in your guys' voices about the new game day experiences they talked about. It's from Mahomes Long Body. I mean, you're right, and I understand Bill DeWitt III talking about the game day experience, but the game day experience is improved exponentially more than any video or giveaway day will happen if they put on an entertaining baseball team on the field.
Oh, yeah. But that's harder to do than to come up with some gimmicky things going on in the crowd.
Some hot dog races or something.
Yeah, the Oakville Lawn Monger says Randy Flores will be reassigned. Did I miss that?
I didn't.
Did he
hear
say that?
I didn't hear that.
I think he came up with that on his own.
Yeah, because I sure would have.
Who'd that come from, Doug?
The Oakville Lawn Monger?
I think that's
what the hell is that?
monger.
And what does that mean? A lawn monger. Does he mean to say mower and just misspelled it?
No, I think monger's right, but I couldn't tell you the definition of it.
Movie Boy should host a movie night for a post-game experience on non-concert Friday nights. It's from Tim's travel agent. Now we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
That'll turn it around. Disappointed they didn't address price hikes on helmet nachos and how they therefore plan to offer more value to Hoosier B-Fib fats. You can only hand out trucker hats and guitars so many times. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
A gem.
The only thing I heard different in this press conference from last year is the fact that Bill DeWitt, when asked about the fans not showing up and sending a message as last year, he laughed at it. The message was a joke this year. He had a different tone. He acknowledged that he understands it, but that doesn't mean he's going to do anything differently to change it. That's from Continental Courtney. Well, the thing, Continental Courtney, I said she, Doug. I'm not positive. You never know.
No, it's a he.
It's a he. Is referencing Bill DeWitt III from Martin's podcast a year ago, and we've played that clip several times. The transcript of it looks a lot worse than what it actually sounds like in context. He's not laughing at the fans, but kind of, I'm not going to speak for DeWitt III or Martin, but Martin had a nice question in there. He made the Yale joke that we talked about last Friday about how Chaim went to Yale. Seemed to get a good media laugh.
Media chuckle there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure fans would have liked some sort of bombshell announcement. This is what we're going to do. We're going to absolutely change this and that. We're going to spin this. But they just really can't do that. If that was you in the job, is that what you would do, is lay all your cards on the table at this particular news conference?
Not yet.
And tell everyone else in baseball exactly what you're going to do?
Well,
tell all your players?
Right.
You just can't do it.
I think they ran into that issue last year at their press conference when they're talking about, we're going to start rebuilding. This is the season of runway, this, that, the other. And then they didn't do anything. They had Michael Hellman was the addition, and friend of the show, Michael Hellman. But, they kind of, I think they said too much before knowing enough. And fans got upset about that. under promise, over deliver is the model that needs to go forward.
Yeah. And you are, in a way, playing poker against the other 29 teams. You
So
can't
many
just
factors.
cough up exactly what your game plan is going to be.
It is a new time, though. The page has been turned. It's official. Obviously, not as quick with the new details as we would like, but, there has to be a bit of patience, wouldn't you say, Douglas?
Well, it'd be nice if there were, but I don't know how patient Cardinals fans are going to be. I think they're already out of patience, and that's why they didn't show up at the stadium this year.
Do you think this change, just by changing, do you think you're going to see a difference in the attendance and fan engagement? Are they going to have to see something first?
Oh, yeah.
Off-season moves have to be made.
That's the Show Me State. Release the Hoosier. It's the only game day experience we won. That's
That
from
would
Larry
help.
Bird's Crash Truck.
It would really help.
Retweet. I am in lockstep with Larry Bird's
I also
Crash
want
Truck.
I also now want Cardinal drones flying around the stadium. Someone hits a home run, I want a drone that looks like a Cardinal flying around tweeting loudly.
I like the sound of that. I think it could be good. Yeah, I'm into that.
Okay.
I'm also into the Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day, which we will have for you on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues and Stars this evening right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brian Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. We just played Chaim Bloom's introductory press conference. You'll be able to hear that in its entirety on our Schaefer Door Company podcast. But before we get into our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, Tim is going to tell us about our good friend James Carlton of State Farm.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call him at 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton. He's been my insurance agent going back to 2019. And what a difference working with James Carlton has made for me. Customer service, anytime I reach out, immediate response, or I just talk to him live immediately during business hours by calling 314-961-4800. But also a team that is proactively looking to save you money. Did your insurance go up from last year? There is a really good chance that the answer is yes. And if the answer is yes, there is a really good chance that James and his team can save you money. Spend 2 minutes on the phone with them, giving them your information about your current insurance, and those 2 minutes can lead to savings of thousands of dollars with James Carlton and the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net.
All right, Doug, do you want it?
Yes, please. Email of the day?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, I'm dying for some decent emails.
All right, here we go. Design
Today
Air.
ain't your day.
I'm jonesing for an email.
I like pudding. I like beer. I want to spank Doug Vaughn's rear.
Okay, I don't think we need any
Dirty
emails.
Bird.
That might be about as good as it's going to get today.
Dirty Bird. There has to be something better than that.
Okay, sorry. The number of rabbits change over a 10-year cycle. People snare and freeze rabbits when are many available. This is written so poorly. Rabbit is usually baked, broiled, or cooked in stews. But did you guys mention that? No, you didn't, because without Tim, the show is like a ship without a rudder. Without clear direction, goals, or leadership, leading to aimless drifting and potential failure. I'm just glad he wasn't here today to see today's travesty of a show. I actually dozed off, that's how he spelled it, dozed off, during the show in my work cubicle. And during that doze, spelled it right there, I had a dream, a sexual dream. Let's just say in my dream world, the golf instructor gives the customer the knuckle treatment. It's from Major Eric Shun.
Okay, I didn't like his tone.
And that's what we had for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
I guess I got to vote for Dirty Bird.
Can we just double up the prize and give it to tomorrow?
Why not?
Double up and give it to the next guy?
Yeah.
I like Dirty Bird's email. You know, it's
I
short
didn't
and
care
sweet.
for the email,
I thought it was short
but I
and
didn't
sweet.
like the other one either.
Ready to go home? I'll go Dirty Bird.
You have to go Dirty Bird.
Oh,
It's the
for
only option.
heaven's sake.
Dirty Bird. Michael Wellington, thank you so much for being here with us today. You're an absolute delight anytime we get to see you. Thank you so much for coming in on short notice, by the way.
The pleasure was mine, gentlemen. Have a great rest of your week.
We'll try.
thanks for
We're going
dropping
to try.
by.
Tim will be back from Vegas tomorrow. We'll have Martin Kilcoyne back full strength tomorrow. BK and Ferrari are coming up on the other side of the commercial break. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN.